Okay. Good morning. I think we are set to start. Welcome for this session. I think we need to start with a word of prayer. And Alex, pray for us. Okay, thank you. Our dear participant, I think once again, let me say a big welcome to this first quarter sensitization. Thank you so much for finding your time to attend this important session from your busy schedule. We don't take this for granted. So feel welcome and appreciated. And we really want to have a discussion. In fact, this half-day session, which will be very important for us to be able to see the roadmap and how we're going to address the science, technology, and innovation indicator for this financial year. And indeed, this is an important session for us. And you, particularly in our subsequent presentation, we should be able to demonstrate how STI is very critical for our country and for our institution. And that's why we really want to emphasize it's very important agenda for the country. And when we see you joining in numbers, we have really encouraged. More so, particularly for our Tvets and tertiary institutions, because you're representing institution of higher learning. And we have much hopes in you in terms of producing the skilled personnel. Tvets, tertiary institution, you are the hubs of innovation and creativity. So this is it's a very important aspect for the country. And you realize all these can only happen on a very strong foundation built on science, technology, and innovation, and a well-mainstreamed science, technology, and innovation in our systems, in our programs and activities. So welcome for this session. So what I will do, I will just share some just few guiding points of what is our intention for this session. But how we have organized this, I'll just brief objectives as to why we are here this morning. What was to follow the Director General Nakosti Professor Ota Oyawa was to give an opening presentation. We will proceed. When he joins us, we'll give him the space to give us the foundation and the current systems in terms of where science, technology, innovation, locally, regionally, and globally, what are the strengths and how important it is for us. So with that, allow me just to indicate the objectives for us being here this morning in a very generalized manner. This is a journey. We are working together, and the more important aspect is to help all of you, or the participating institutions, or the participating committee. Here we are dealing with the focal persons and the champions. We want to make as easy and more effective how we're going to implement this indicator, which is already a commitment in our performance contract for the 2023-2024 financial year, the current year. Yeah. We are very glad that you already committed into this. So what we will do will be sharing this indicator and also the requirements thereabout, what you need to implement this, how you need to run this, and how effectively we can be able to do that for that efficiency. And again, perhaps for those who for the last 2 financial year, we should be able to share some of the experiences and some of the things that you are going through, and where are the gaps and how we should be able to address it. Again, take this as your forum. We are providing this as a forum that you're able to articulate your issues, the challenges you may be having, particularly in developing the STI strategy and the reporting framework. It is your opportunity to interrogate these and also give us your feedback and suggestion that we should be able to bring on board. Again, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, is make it as more effective and as simple as possible for all of us. We also want to really, because the issues of reporting are very important, the quarterly reporting and the issues of accuracy of the data that you are giving us. These aspects are very important. So this session, again, we want to really see how we can pass some message. We can also receive your issues, your comments, your queries around there, how we can make it better. So again, this is really, we really want it to be centered to the focal persons and champions that you're able to get it through. So we'll provide just an overview for the institutional strategy. I'll paint the picture. There are those who have the strategy. There are those who are yet to have it. So that we are able to help you in developing the strategy, and again the reporting framework, because this is important for us to get it right. Remember, the commitment is for quarterly reporting. We have this tool that we'll be able to use to help us able to report effectively, develop the strategy. For those who have developed the strategy, what are the issues around the space? What are the challenges you're having there? What are the challenges are you having in terms of reporting? Again, as a commitment for those who are in the stakeholders forum, this was a big issue in terms of how you would wish us to take on board your inputs and then your comments in addressing the gaps that were there, making the tools as user-friendly, simplified, which we have really exactly done what affected what you really committed or what you really had requested. So we should be able to share those. But just perhaps to paint that picture, for those who are joining for the first time, maybe there would be an issue as to why are we going this direction and why STI mainstreaming. So just allow me to share just this slide, so that at least so that before the next presenter comes, so we all agree that we should be on the same page. That's why we are saying the STI mainstreaming. Why is it important? It is important because this is one of the critical ingredients that will help us drive our national agenda. And then we are saying we are all here, all of us, because of we are participating in one way or the articulation and treatment of Vision 2030. And in that National Development Plan, STI is one of the enabler, and that was the commitment as a country because of the appreciation what we are giving these aspects. So in your different roles, in your different corners, you participate in one way or the other, and particularly you ourselves as an institution of higher learning, science, technology, and innovation, you appreciate it. It's very important for you to be able to deliver the content and the creativity and nurture innovations around your very innovative young population you are dealing with. The issues of medium-term plan, again, this is another important aspect that science, technology, and innovation is really a driver around there. And you see this at a country level. And we are all different agents playing different roles in attaining this aspect. So it is important to get these things right. We are now in the new dispensation, the current government, the bottom-up transformative agenda. Again, this with its 5 pillars that everybody is contributing in their own small ways. We have a very important role to play. And why are we saying this is important? Because STI will be very critical. Actually, all these things will be driven by how we're going to join and to take care of aspects of all science, technology, and innovation at our different levels. This is the bigger picture at country level, but at our positions, we have a role to play, and that's why we are very encouraged seeing you joining in numbers. The president's aspiration of having an advisory council on science and technology, again, is a commitment as head of state, the direction we are headed. And that is the direction we are STI mainstreaming, think to be able to help us accelerate, attain even the presidential aspiration in terms of placing science and technology where it belongs. And definitely that's what we'll be able to help this country make significant progress around our aspiration as a country, as institutions, and even as our ministries and all other agencies that are in this country. So again, we are saying that this, just to give the basis, at that point, I would wish to end the introductory part of it there, so that we move into the subsequent presentation that are very directly specific in terms of your issues that of your concern and the processes that we need to go through. What we will do, we'll just tweak the program a little bit. We will, what you had seen in the program, we will deal with the overview of this indicator. We will quickly deal with the STI strategy, institutional STI strategy, and the reporting templates and the framework and the annual work plan. We'll canvass those issues early. Then we'll give the Director General Lacoste an opportunity to join us by midday to give that high level picture and rationale of STI in the country. So with that, we should be able to cover and deliver whatever we had committed with that slight adjustment. So at that point, I want to introduce the next speaker, who is our resource person, Javan Mwiti, who will try to paint the picture for us in terms of this STI indicator for 2024, 2023-24, how it looks like, its requirement and other issues thereof. So it is important we get the grounding from that angle. So Javan, when you're ready, you just take the floor. and again, as Javan setup, you have an opportunity on the chat and the Q&A session. You can always put your question there. You can always your comment there. We should be able to address your issues there. So feel free to put your comment, your question. Also, you'll be able to leave their name there so that we also appreciate those who are on board this morning. Again, thank you so much and welcome for the second part of this presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Gigi. Let me also put my video. Okay, thank you. I think participants, you can be able to hear me well. Once again, thank you. And we appreciate you for joining us for this sensitization for the year 2023-2024 as we launch the indicator Science, Technology, and Innovation. Of course, the indicator that already we have already included in our performance contract and negotiated, and I'm sure Tvets, I was informed that during the negotiation, Tvets were the first ones. Your group was the first one to negotiate your target, and of course to be vetted. And congratulations for that. So basically, as Dr. Giga has indicated, we'll basically be looking at this indicator. The next, and of course, ask ourselves what is the most effective and efficient way from an MDA perspective to implement this indicator, so that the challenges that we've been having since the introduction of indicator from 18 cycle performance contracting guidelines up to now, we'll be able to minimize or probably address those challenges so that we have a smooth implementation. We'll be able to enjoy the much of the benefit that has been canvassed by the previous presenter in terms of what science, technology, and innovation is supposed to help us do or attain. So basically, that is the dimension. So basically looking at the indicator, when we look at the indicator, and I know most of you are joining us for the first time, we have many of you today who are joining in terms of participating in this process and implementation of this indicator. It will be very important for us to look at the background of the indicator. Where do you come from? What is expected? Why do we implement? And what is the best way in terms of implementation? The implementation of the indicator started from 18th cycle, that is 2021-2022 performance contracting process. But of course, before we still used to have an indicator on R&D, which basically now is is an activity within the wider implementation of research, science, technology, and innovation. So basically, looking back from the enactment of the Act of Science, Technology, and Innovation to the time where we used to have sector performance standards, whereby R&D, research and development, used to be the only indicator until the enactment of the Act, where now we have broadened the indicator to cover matters research, science, technology, innovation, and basically the 2%, which is represented by research and development, that is at least 2% of the overall approved budget, indicate that the indicator has been growing from coming back from 2021, 2022, when the indicator was first implemented as science, technology, and innovation. There have been a lot of improvement. And looking across for them that have been implementing since the starting point of 18 cycle performance contracting guidelines, you can bear me witness that indeed we, in terms of mainstreaming, the indicator is an enabler, it's a key enabler in much of what we do as MDAs. As we look at this, of course, we need to appreciate that we have Vision 2030, and on top of that, we used to have MTP3 that was actualizing Vision 2030 through the Big Four agenda. And currently we have better, as it has been indicated earlier. And within it, of course, we expect to align our various strategic plans so that we reflect the aspirations of medium-term plan 4, and of course, better the bottom-up economic model that is the current agenda, that's the agenda for the current government, so that we are able to implement simultaneously as a country towards the achievement of what is stated in our Vision 2030. So basically, all the journey started from MTP3. Implementation of this indicator started when we implemented MTP3, which came to an end sometimes last year. And of course, we have the renewal of MTP4. Most of you are wondering, what is, when you talk about a specialized agency, and I know you're implementing other indicators of specialized agency like NACOST, we have others like, for example, we are doing NTSA on safety, and we have others. We have even others that can be retired, like disability mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming, drug and substance abuse. Of course, we're implementing them up to 2022, 2023. And basically the role is simply to ensure that they develop the indicator as we have done for 2023, 2024, for you to implement. So most of you, and actually not most of you, all of us as Tvets, as the various technical institutions that we have around, or we have in this country, we have already taken this indicator within our PCs. We have already negotiated for the same. Our PCs have already been vetted for, in fact, we're implementing, we are substantively in first quarter of 2023, 2024. So basically the indicator has been developed and submitted for implementation to MDAs. Specialized agencies like NACOST receive, analyze, and provide feedback on the performance indicator. And of course, the guidelines are very clear. The 20th cycle guidelines are very clear. You are supposed to submit by 15th after the end of the quarter, meaning like this quarter now, by 15th of October is when you'll be expected to submit your report, provide technical support as we are doing today, so that you're able to have the capacity and the ability to implement this indicator as it is expected. Access an annual performance of MDAs for the relevant performance of the indicator and communicate the result to each MDA. Of course, once you'll be always submitting every quarter. And once you submit, NACOST will be giving you feedback. And ultimately, after you do the 4 quarters up to 30th of June next year, then they'll be able to access your performance based with submissions that you've done from first quarter to 4th quarter, meaning we need to be submitting the right information, because of, again, this will be emphasized later. It is critical so that the reports that are being developed, the information that you are giving out is accurate information that can be used for other purposes for the country and even for the benefit of the MDA itself. Of course, you're supposed to submit complete list of scores. NACOST to submit that to performance contracting and monitoring unit. And once that is done, of course, also you get your score, and that forms part of evaluation. As I've seen, there are specialized agencies, and then we have lead agencies. A very good example of a lead agency is Inspectorate of State Corporation, where there are some institutions that report directly to the Inspectorate, and then Inspectorate of State Corporation also has the same role as a specialized agency, although they don't evaluate the indicator, but they give their recommendation to performance contracting and monitoring units. So basically, that is the difference. That is the difference. Why science, technology, and innovation? I think you all know very well, we have indicated that as a country, we have the development tools, or basically the aspiration as a country of where we want to be, how we want to be there, and probably what are the timelines of the same. When you look at the various plans that we have as a country, science, technology, and innovation is critical. It's absolutely critical. And when we talk about this, we are looking at the entire ecosystem, that is research, science, technology, and innovation. How are we using research or using science, technology, and innovation? So you may realize as an institution, I mean, as Tvets, probably you may not be so much in research, or maybe you are so much in science, technology, or innovation. You have a role to play. Because again, as a move country, and this will be given, the importance of this will be canvassed later. And you realize that having science, technology, and innovation is absolutely critical. As I said earlier, we used to have research and development as our PC indicator under common date. But looking at the way we have broadened this indicator shows that there is that greater need for us to be able to secure the national security, to ensure that there is inclusive socioeconomic development as a country. Looking at at Vision 2030, as I said again, science, technology, and innovation is basically an enabler, meaning you need that enabling environment for you to be able to do other things that you want to do. So basically, science, technology, and innovation plays that role. Coming back to the MDA, as I said, you have already negotiated your pieces, they have already been vetted, and now you're implementing. With that, in the time you are selecting the indicators that you need to have in your various pieces, then science, technology, innovation, basically as an indicator, was part and parcel within your core mandate, whereby you, as you plan for the core mandate basically is your business, is what you do for you to exist. That is why you exist, in other words. And science, technology, and innovation was part and parcel. You have already, and as you do budgetary allocation, as you do ensuring that there is the resources are clearly planned for to attain your intended purpose as an institution or as an organization, then the same resources you plan for all the activities that you put in your performance contract. So basically, it is entrenched within your objectives. When you look at this again, as you talk about your core mandate again, you'll always be referring to your strategic plan, and you realize this year, all MDAs by the government directive, you are all either developing or reviewing your strategic plans to align with the government agenda. That is the better and the MTP4. That means if since MTP4 already has incorporated science, technology, and innovation, you basically now have a good starting point to ensure then as you ministream, you are ministreaming what is expected. Basically, I've talked about the national agenda and how science, technology, innovation contribute to the same. And you can look across. You can look at it from across the world, and you can give examples when you talk about probably competitive and comparative advantage, and compare countries that have comparative advantage, like countries, for example, in Africa, Congo, and all that. In terms of comparative advantage, they have all minerals and they have everything. But looking at countries like Japan, for example, they don't have minerals, but they are much ahead. The industrialized nations, they are what is referred to as competitive advantage in terms of infusing the enablers of science, technology, and innovation. So basically, this is supposed to give you the bigger picture for you to understand and have that understanding as to why we first have this indicator as the only indicator that is under specialized agency, which of course is within our core mandate. I've talked about MTP3, the 2%, and the reasons behind the same. So that helps you as an institution. Once you have this information, then you are able to basically understand the journey that we are taking, the journey you are taking as an institution, and more so, most of you being very technical institutions, then this becomes very critical for application, for purposes of implementation. You are creating knowledge, that is science. You are applying that knowledge, that is technology, and application of technology becomes innovation. So basically, science, technology, and innovation, as we said, becomes a key enabler for you to be able to attain your aspiration, to attain your objectives. Remember, as you even formulate your performance contract, the first bit that you need to do is to identify your strategic objectives or the objectives that you need to pursue. And immediately after that is the mandate. Of course, that shows when we talk about developing your strategic plans, like for the year 2023-2024, is basically for the purposes of harmonizing with aspirations of MTP4, which already has infused research, science, technology, and innovation, and basically, again, looking at better, which again, if you look at the 5 pillars, you can always segregate where science, technology, and innovation is engaged. So basically, for inclusion purposes, you're expected to ensure that within your core mandate, as you mainstream, since already you have the indicator, then the next question is in terms of ensuring you have the right resources to support the indicator, and of course to ensure that the intended purpose is achieved. So that is very, very critical. And once we get it right, previously we talked about the economic growth. If you look at that graph, it shows you that with an enabler, with the right enabler in terms of what you have set to achieve, then you'll be able, as an institution, as a country, to be able to undertake what is expected. Looking at this indicator in relation to the planning tools, I mean, looking at the blueprint for the country, and this, we are talking about Vision 2030, we said it's an enabler. Please go through it and realize that science, technology, and innovation has been given a critical role. It's a key enabler and public sector reforms. For public sector reforms to take place, that is performance contracting, rapid resort initiative, and all other sector reforms that have been instituted, you realize that again, science, technology, and innovation is a critical tool. We have talked about national development and its role, and I'm sure you're able to get it right in terms of where we place it. Because we are talking about the 20th cycle performance contracting guidelines, and performance contracting platform as a way of mainstreaming, or as a way of using as a platform in which we are using for science, technology, innovation to be implemented across MDAs, then it's right to look at the matrix we're looking at is for non-commercial. And a keen look at it will tell you, when you look at it in terms of the thinking behind the development of both non-commercial and commercial state corporation and tertiary institutions matrix, you realize we normally start with financial and stewardship. That tells you that's a budgetary allocation process. And we have been always having questions from MDAs that ask, what if we didn't include this indicator within, or probably we did our budgeting process before? Maybe it's good to note that when you're negotiating for your PC, and I know most of you are involved in it, you realize the first point of negotiation was the approved budget. After either if you're getting estimate from the ministry, so that once that approved budget, once they approve whatever amount they're approving, then at the end of the day, that is the basis of which those are the resources that now you use to implement your entire PC. And within your entire PC, you realize we have science, technology, and innovation. You start with service delivery, and then the next thing is the core mandate. And looking at your core mandate, you realize you are covering issues of better, Vision 2030, other national priority areas. These ones you're picking directly from your strategic plans. And of course, SDGs, Agenda 2063, and SPS, the sector performance standards. So basically, what we are saying is that even if the budgeting process happened earlier, at the end of the day, at the point of negotiating your PCs, the first document you submit for you to be able to negotiate and for vetting is, of course, the approved budget. So having the approved budget, the expectation is that those the indicators that are within your PC have been taken care of, and under your core mandate, of course, using the characterization that I've given up there, indicate it is science, technology, and innovation, which as a unit of percentage, a weight of 2, of course, a target of 100%. What the point here is, you realize that even if the budgeting process happened earlier, for you to negotiate, for you to have these indicators and be implemented, then the approved budget must be sufficient and adequate. So basically, it's already in your PC. The beauty is it's already in your PCs, and it's already taken care by the resources that have been approved for implementation. So basically, that it is the cross-cutting indicators. As you look for example, if you look at this year, for example, the only cross-cutting indicator that are under specialized agency is road safety mainstreaming, and the national values. The rest, of course, basically are the same indicators we've been having. My point is that we under-accommodate. That's where you're planning, that's where your resources are, that's where you expectant indeed to implement, because you exist exactly to do that. So basically, this is just an example to show you that there's just considered effort to ensure that matter, science, technology, and innovation are clearly mainstreamed. Coming back to the indicator, one of the requirements, of course, from 18th cycle to 19th cycle and now 20th cycle is the appointment of focal person and champions. That is the requirement number one. And in 2019 cycle, in 19th cycle performance contracting guidelines, this used to be compulsory in 18th cycle in terms of the scoring. But this time round, this one is a compulsory undertaking that, of course, is not scored, but at the end of the day, you cannot be able to implement the indicator without having it in place. The next, we'll be looking at the roles of the focal person. I know today we have the focal persons and champions with us. It's always good for us to know what are the roles. The focal person ideally is in charge of coordination of the indicator, science, technology, innovation within the institution. Of course, as per the requirement of the guidelines, the 20th cycle guidelines, that's 2023, 2024 guidelines, you provide necessary support to the various levels in the respective institution. You ensure that that support is there so that there is effective and efficient implementation of the indicator. You plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building. For example, today you're all participating, but we expect you need to cascade this downwards to others so that they also understand. At times when probably you're not able to do the same, you can always liaise with NACOST. NACOST every quarter will always plan a sensitization across all MDAs. And the reason is simple. One, to communicate the feedback based with how you have submitted your quarter. We are doing this for first quarter because we are launching the indicator to you. But of course, from second quarter now up to fourth quarter, we shall always be having sensitization number one to address the various gaps that identified through the analysis of your submissions. And again, also to bring to you to speed and give you also an opportunity to express or maybe to bring to the attention of NACOST as a specialized agency issues that you feel that needs to be addressed and taken care of as you progress to the other quarters, so that each quarter becomes improves or you improve from one quarter to the other based with the lessons that have been learned from the previous quarter. That is from second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. First quarter basically is a planning quarter. It's a quarter whereby we basically ensure that we thoroughly understand the indicator, what is needed, and that is the role of the focal person to ensure that is coordinated. Development and implementation of strategy. Again, the focal person, one of the documents that will be implementing, as it was indicated earlier, is science, technology, STI strategy. So it is the role, not only the STI strategy, but even the work plan. If you don't have STI strategy, then you put in place measures, or now the roadmap, or now you want to actualize the same. If you already have the STI strategy, then you develop a work plan and you put in action the areas that you intend to implement within the period under review to deliver. So basically, again, it is the role of the focal person to ensure that both the work plan basically captures, the work plan will capture both what is expected of the team that does not, or institutions that does not have the STI strategy, or even them that have a STI strategy, of course, indicating what needs to be done. And of course, it has other areas that are shared between the two streams, so that at the end of the day, we are able to plan for our year well. You establish and implement monitoring and evaluation mechanism. Again, you may realize this is already established and the performance contracting and monitoring units that you have around. So basically, either you enhance the effort, or probably you establish measures to ensure that you are able to monitor that indeed the indicator is implemented. You promote collaboration, you promote STI business across the institution, ensure both quarterly and annual PC report on STI mainstreaming as submitted as per the guidelines. The guidelines are very clear. It is your responsibility to ensure that is done. The requirement basically is either someone on top or intro level management, and of course, conversant with what we are talking about, the research, science, technology, and innovation in your respective institution. Most of our institutions already, we are handling various aspects of research, science, technology, and innovation. So basically someone who is conversant with that, and someone also is able to move the expectations of this indicator across the institution that it is. And I know most of you have already been appointed, and I'm sure you have met that criteria. The next are champions. And champions, basically, they represent their areas, their smallest, the various units within the institution, and you ensure day-to-day implementation within your area, so that once the focal person is in charge of the overall indicator, you are in charge of this indicator in your respective area. You facilitate in cascading the STI indicator to the various process owners. You prepare and forward quarterly report on implementation of, to the focal person. Again, you realize for us to observe quarterly submissions and submit what is expected, as you submit to the focal person, then it is your responsibility to ensure you do it timely, provide timely information required for evaluation. Like now, towards the fourth quarter, you need to have documentary evidence that you did what you claim to have done has already been done within the quarter. So that is, you have the documentary evidence to support that. Undertaking continuous monitoring and evaluation of committed STI activities in your respective areas. And of course, you develop mitigation plans. You realize as we move from first quarter to fourth quarter, there are those issues that will emerge that needs to be taken care of. So you basically develop mitigation plans to ensure that is done. And again, if you effectively canvass these matters within your area, then you realize that mainstreaming becomes easier and better for everyone in the institution. We ensure continued STI capacity building, like today, participate in all sensitization that have been organized by NACOS for each quarter, ensure that you participate so that every time you have an opportunity to learn more, and of course get clarification on issues that may not be very clear at the time of implementation. Promotion of STI committed activities within your area. So we expect you, once you get this information also, you go ahead and ensure that you share the same with persons below the rank and up the rank, or everyone around your area where you're operating or where you're in charge. The main requirement for a champion is basically someone with ability to champion, transform, and lobby others. Someone who has the passion to be able to let others understand, to bring others on board. And basically, most of our institutions already have champions for other things. So it's basically the same thing, because with any change, you always need champions. You always need people who can be able to run with the idea and be able to transform and lobby others, so that we can successfully talk of mainstreaming our activities, our required activities within science, technology, and innovation within our respective areas. So champions are critical, and with the focal person. And of course, how many, that question will always emerge. You can have as many as possible, depending with the institution. You could have 2, 3, 4. It all depends with the number of the uniqueness of the institution. But of the critical, ensure that offices or departments like finance are represented. You have a champion from there, HR, you have a champion from there, and other relevant performance contracting. Ensure it is an inclusive appointment of this person, so that at the end of the day, then you have an opportunity to talk of effective and efficient implementation. What is the scope? The scope, as we said earlier, that research, science, technology, innovation is an enabler under Vision 2030. It's actually enabler number 2. When you look at MTP4, again, it's a key ingredient within the medium-term plan 4. And of course, better when you talk of the 5 pillars, I'm very sure you can connect pillars that are directly connected with research, science, technology, and innovation. So the question, the point is, are you implementing MTP4? Of course, the answer is yes. It's compulsory for everyone. Are you implementing better? Of course, it is yes. Are you implementing Vision 2030? Yes. The only difference is the degree of our implementation that may differ, but all of us have a role in the various parts of research, science, technology, and innovation. So basically the scope, we should look at that scope from that dimension. We have our strategic plans. We are now developing them for the period 2023-2027, of course, to move with the same span as per the government of the day, as the government of the day agenda, so that as the government implements its agenda, then that agenda is implemented through MDA. So you have a role to play in each of it. So it's for us to identify our key areas, our contributions towards better towards MTP4, Vision 2030, and I will be able to segregate matter, science, technology, and innovation for our implementations. Basically, that is the best the scope of implementation of who should be on board ideally. The indicator itself, I talked about, the indicator talk about or indicate that we need to appoint or appoint focal person and champions, and we have described who they are. And you are required to develop the STI mainstreaming strategy for them that are coming on board for the first time. This one, you can always get assistance from NACOST. NACOST can always help you. You can always request for assistance in terms of developing this strategy. Of course, a presentation on the same will be done immediately after this. But you can always, if you find the presentation is not very sufficient or adequate, then you can always request for assistance from NACOST. Or you implement and develop institution STI strategy for MDAs that, if, for example, you have the STI strategy, then you are developing. And then, of course, you develop you also have the work plan at the end of it all. So basically what we are saying, number one, you're either developing, you develop, or you're implementing the STI strategy. So if you have it, you don't have it, you develop. If you have it, then of course, you implement it. And you have an opportunity, number two, to develop and implement STI mainstreaming annual work plan. The annual work plan basically now schedules your activities within the financial year. If, for example, you have developed an STI strategy, then, and probably it runs for 3 years, then for the year starting with the year 2023-2024, you develop an annual work plan now indicating what needs to be done, when and by who, and what are the resources, so that you're able to implement. So that becomes the basis of the implementation of the areas that you have already identified. If you don't have, then again, you develop the annual work plan, telling us what you need to put in place. What are the steps? What are the roadmap for you to undertake the indicator by developing the strategy and doing other activities? And the last one is you submit you submit quarterly reports to NACOST by the 15th, as per the prescription of 20th cycle guidelines. It is very important to remind you, because this has been a challenge, that you need to submit your report. The guidelines have spoken, they have clearly pronounced themselves on what needs to be done when it comes to submission. It's 15th after the end of the quarter and 15th after the end of the financial year. So basically, it will be important for us to observe that and ensure we do it. In terms of mainstreaming, again, we must bring the relationship out clearly of the STI mainstreaming within an institutional planning process. Most of you have planning department, and you realize that STI mainstreaming, when you talk about STI mainstreaming from a planning perspective, then the question is bringing the relationship between the STI indicator within our normal institutional planning tools. That is the strategic plans. As we said, you are developing the new strategic plan. And of course, the essence of it is to integrate matters better in it and the MTP4. And of course, out of that, you develop your annual work plan. So when you do that, already the document you're using, your strategic plan, and other documents are already integrated in matters, science, technology, and innovation. So basically, as you develop your annual organizational work plans, you have already taken care of that. Out of that, you develop your PC, and of course, within your PC, again, you are guided by guidelines, and within it, again, you have science, technology, and innovation under your core mandate within your PC. So there is that close relationship, and that's why you see, we always encourage you as you implement, you work closely with performance contracting department, because they are implementing other indicators outside the specialized agency scope. So that is very critical. There are those evaluations for PC, and of course, as the PC is being evaluated, also the indicator is evaluated. So there is that close relationship. And as an experience for MDA, this is critical for us to understand this. Of course, what also we have left out is the quality management system. If you have implemented one, most of you I know have implemented either 9001, 2015, the KMS, or some of you even have the integrated management systems incorporating EMS 14001 and others. Or for example, I know most of you already are operating an integrated management system. So basically, as you integrate, the role is, it's about processes. It's about ensuring those processes are clearly benchmarked, or probably the processes reflect the best practice, so that at the end of the day, you can benefit. You can talk of organizational operational efficiency that is attained by mainstreaming the various processes and ensuring that you get the intended purpose. So basically, it's an integrated approach whereby, from a planning perspective, you are able to bring on board the various planning tools so that you can successfully attain the intended purpose as an institution. And that is, of course, successful service delivery to the citizens, and you're able to attain your mandate. And attaining your mandate, of course, means also your service delivery. You are able to fulfill the requirement of service delivery as per your service delivery charter. So it's a very connected process, and we need to get it that way so that we have an effective approach in terms of implementation. Looking back, after implementation of this process, after probably doing evaluation from 18 cycle, 19 cycle, 20, and now, of course, we're in 20th cycle, which we're implementing, then many issues arise that we may wish to share with you in terms of smoothening the process, in terms of ensuring that as we report for first quarter for 2023, 2024, then indeed you do what is expected, so that all of us can be able to benefit out of the expectations of this indicator. Number one of the best practices for you to utilize the current existing PC established system. As I said, we have been implementing performance contract for the last 15 years. And basically, there is already an established process on how to do this across the MDAs. So it's always good to utilize, to optimize whatever is existing in terms of helping you successfully implement this indicator. Focal persons and champions are encouraged to form STI mainstreaming committee within the institution, with the focal person as a chair, and of course ensure appointment. All of them are appointed. The focal person is appointed officially by the CEO, and the champions are appointed, so that committee takes over all the matters implementation of this indicator. Number two, quick replacement. You realize most of MDAs, we have been having focal persons and champions moving from one institution to another, and this sometimes affects the process. So we always encourage that you ensure that there is quick replacement. And number two, also, as you replace, also communicate to NACOST. For example, the focal person leaves the institution, ensure that you communicate accordingly, of course, appoint, introduce the next person. As we do this sensitization, you can be able to incorporate you. You can also be able to benefit directly from either capacity building, sensitization, and many other things that emanate in the process of implementing this process. Develop the annual work plan or strategy. At least used this month. By now, we should have developed our work plan so that we start planning, so that we start planning in terms of developing our strategy. So that is also very important and very, very critical. Ensure continuous capacity building of the focal person and champion. Please participate in a cost related, and you can also request customized trainings for your institution. So depending with your level, with where you are, if you find, again, as I said, this sensitization and capacity building, they're not very sufficient, or they're not fully adequate to your expectations, you can always request NACOST. But the point is, NACOST for free will always organize a sensitization and capacity building every quarter to be sure and to help you to understand clearly and smoothly implement the indicator. So that will always be there. Another point of best practice is for you to implement. And of course, as you do so, keep documentary evidence. It is very critical. All the activities happening, you must always be able to keep the documentary evidence. And most of you have implemented the quality management system. Of course, you know, it's all about evidence. It's about what you do, and you do exactly that, and you keep the documentary evidence. So this is already a requirement that you're meeting elsewhere for your quality management system for them that have implemented. So we encourage you, ensure you keep your documentary evidence so that you are able to support the attainment of the various targets that we have. When it comes to monitoring and evaluation, you are required, of course, to submit your quarterly performance report online to NACOST, and there'll be a report. I mean, there'll be a presentation today on reporting, basically, so that you can be able to understand better and have the information on how to comply. One of the things that you need to know clearly when it comes to submission of report is to do it within the prescribed period, because the guidelines have pronounced themselves clearly. If you submit outside the prescribed period, of course, then you lose. From the cumulative score, you'll be losing, I think, a score of 0.05 from the guidelines. So it is very important for you to ensure that you comply. You report on timelines, ensure you comply with the timelines, you adhere to what is stated, and report and ensure that reports they are received as per that period of time. So next is, of course, all the reporting materials. As you report again, and this will be emphasized later, the validity and compliance to the output-input relationship. As I said again, whatever comes out of you as Tvets, as an institution, as an MDA, that is an output which becomes an input for NACOST. So basically, we need to observe the requirement. Your KMS talks clearly on the importance of observing the requirement for output and input, meaning you give credible information, you give the right information, because again, the information that you give today, of course, is being used for other purposes, and those other purposes also must observe the requirement of the same. So it is very important to ensure that your information is credible, the data that you are giving is credible, and of course, it will help you and help other institutions, I mean other stakeholders that are in the chain of this process. Reporting process automated, of course, NACOST has already automated this process and will be able to be taken through on the same. But I remember in the last sector meeting for 20th cycle guidelines, MDAs requested specifically that the process is made easier. And we have actually had NACOST and exactly what you requested, and I'm happy to report to you that this will be confirmed in the next presentation on how the process has been made easier for you, so that you are able to report, enjoy the process, and of course have an efficient and effective process in terms of conveying your reports. So all the documents that support this indicator have been shared. You can visit NACOST website, and you'll be able to get all those documents that you need for you to be able to report. Some of the challenges over time in terms of implementing the indicator, we have always had issues of low budget allocation, but I think this also has been addressed, because you always have an opportunity to negotiate your PC. And you normally, you negotiate with your mother ministry, with your state department, and this is an area now I know most of you are able to successfully negotiate around. As I said, you sometimes, like now, like institutions, you are very technical. So basically, we expect you are doing, probably you're buying equipment, you're procuring equipment, lab equipment, you're actually investing. There's a lot of expenditure that you have towards research, science, technology, and innovation. So basically, sometimes you may realize, as you report, you may wish to look at the expenditure. You know, how many have we, what have we, how much resources have we allocated for our equipment? For example, equipment, basically technical equipment for your labs basically contribute to research, science, technology, and innovation. So those expenditures around those areas constitute your 2%. So you can always move around it on that dimension. Poor and unsteady funding. Again, I said, as you negotiate, as you have the vetting of your PC, these issues needs to be canvassed very well so that the funding, because your mother ministry is in charge of your funding anyway, so that you're able to canvass. And because the indicator, this is part of the other indicators, you negotiate for your entire PC. So as you negotiate for your entire PC, you are negotiating under a certain approved budget. So that budget should then be wisely utilized to attain or to actualize what you have already committed in your PC. Inadequate infrastructure, of course, we are in different stages as institutions, but again, you may realize away from infrastructure, still we are covering matters, research, science, technology, and innovation differently. You could be on research that does not need a lot of infrastructure. You could be on technology, on science, technology, or innovations. So basically, depending with where you are, then you pick what is relevant for your institution. Some of the issues, as I said, that we have captured in the process of implementing this indicator, we have realized most of the MDAs, they have done submission of quarterly report. You don't submit. You completely don't submit. Remember, the guidelines are very clear. So number one, when you don't submit, then of course you're contravening your own guidelines, the 20th cycle. What the recommendation here is for you to fully understand the requirement of the guidelines. Performance contracting is structured through the performance contracting guidelines, and they are very clear. Any contravention to the guidelines results in penalization. So basically, submit your report. The guidelines are very clear. You need to submit your report, and they need to be submitted on the specified timelines. So ensure timely submission before the system is locked. Remember, as we said, you are supposed to report by the 15th after the end of the quarter. Ideally, the system should close immediately after 15th in an ideal situation. So what we are saying, you don't need to wait for the system to be closed. Just comply and ensure you report by the 15th as the guidelines state, because outside that, then of course you'll be losing. Late submission, again, is the same thing, non-compliance to the requirement of the guidelines. Let's comply with the guidelines. They are very clear. You report by the 15th of each quarter, after the end of the quarter. In complete submission, again, as we said, input-output relationship, you need to give complete submission. Otherwise, when you give incomplete submission, one, you will not be assessed well. In terms of evaluation, you'll not be able, NACOS will not be able to evaluate you as an institution. So basically, you'll be losing. Number two, this incomplete information is not fulfilling, it's not helping us. It will not help NACOS to also have an output that, of course, will be shared with all stakeholders, an output that has benefit to you and benefit to the country. So ensure you submit and everything is done. The reporting process will be presented to you, and you realize it is a very continuous process. Let's comply with it. Failure to provide evidence of appointment of focal person. So focal persons, once you appointed, they should be appointed and then champions, and that letter should be, those letters should be uploaded when you are reporting. It's one of the requirements actually. So ensure the focal person you are appointed. Usikue tu, you are just, you are focal person by without proper form appointment. Ensure you have the appointment. Failure to attach copy of the approved STI mainstreaming work plan signed by CEO. It is very important for ownership purposes for the CEO to sign the work plan. So even as you finish on your work plan, as you are working on your work plan in first quarter, ensure ultimately it is signed by the CEO. That is very important, and of course stamped. And that is what you now upload, or that's what you submit to NACOS. Failure to complete the reporting tool, again, incomplete. Incomplete information, again, of course, there are those tables, and the tables can be reduced significantly this time around. And so the tables that you'll be dealing with, please ensure that you provide the right information. Failure to provide information, or that's again on research and development expenditure, that are template. You see, for us to talk about R&D, we need to know how you are performing. We need to know what was your budget. We need to know out of your budget, what was allocated for research and development, and then tell us the actuals per quarter. So cumulatively by fourth quarter, we should be able to know the total amount you have allocated against, or total amount you have used against the amount that was allocated for research and development. It is a very easy table. work with it. Because I said again in your STI mainstreaming committee, we expect you to have finance as a champion or a part and parcel of this committee. Finance will always help you. These are finance numbers. Finance already reporting this elsewhere to Treasury and many other areas. So it's a very easy table. Please understand it. It has the sources of the budget, or the sources of your revenue. Where are you getting your revenue, your money from? Then it has the budget, the total approved budget is how much. You say is how much, 2 million, 3 million. Then in terms of the due and ending development or recurrent, you report. If you didn't have any development budget, you can indicate 0. If you then of course indicate the recurrent budget. And then after that, tell us the total allocation. How much was allocated? When you look at your entire budget, how much goes to research, to science, technology, and innovation, to research and development? Then after that, you do for us first quarter. How much did you spend in first quarter, second quarter, third quarter? And then the percentage is simply how much was located, how much you have used, how much has been used. You have used 50 shillings against the approved budget. You basically now confirms what was allocated against the budget, against what has been spent on R&D against the budget. So it's that simple. Much of that money constitutes the percentage. Failure to provide information on collaborative research. This is another table. It will be presented to you. And what of concern is for you understand the table. Simply understand these tables. And I know most of these tables have been summarized for you. They have been reduced. We used to have 14, now they have been reduced. So please ensure that you provide the information. Failure to provide consistent information on human resource capacity. Again, information on human resource capacity. You are given this information by HR. We are giving this information to Public Service Commission. We are giving this information on HR in so many other SRC. We are giving that information. So let us concentrate. Let us give the right information. Failure to fill table 5 on research science. These are research output, basically. Again, on research equipment and facility. Tell us, there is no crime to say, if you don't have facility, there is no crime. And again, these facilities, these equipment are basically that have the worthiness from they are from the equipment that are from 500,000 and above. They're the ones that we indicate. So let's indicate those equipment. Again, it is very critical because this equipment, through you declaring your equipment, then they have a lot of benefit for you. And cost plans to do mapping of those equipment so that you can establish collaborations and partnership with others for optimization of this equipment. And of course, they become a source of A&A or revenue for you. Failure to fuel dissemination of research, those are research output I was referring to earlier. Again, tell us, there is no crime to say within this time right, we didn't have any dissemination. But if you are all dissemination, and this will be presented to you, let's capture the information. And the last one is submission of blank Excel sheet. So you don't do anything, you just attach and forward to NACOST. That does not help you, it does not help NACOST. It beats the purpose and the spirit and the objective of implementing this indicator. Let's fill our template, let's ensure that these Excel sheets are filled with the right information, and then you forward. And with that, I think it will be better for us. A lot of benefits since the implementation of the indicator, to ensure smooth, for us to ensure smooth mainstreaming of science, technology, and innovation, NACOST have formed a committee specifically that is in charge of this indicator, as it is with all other specialized sciences indicators. And of course, the SNCI is to ensure that on day-to-day basis, we on touch, we are able to, the indicator is implemented in such a way that it is effective and efficient. It brings efficiency and effectiveness in the process, and MDS understands what needs to be done. And of course, that depends the matters STI mainstreaming within the mandate. It also helps the MDAs to understand why in the first place we need to implement, how to implement, and the best ways to do the same. So this is critical, and that way we are saying also within the MDAs, you are encouraged to establish STI mainstreaming committees across, so that also you are able, the way we are able to manage as NACOST, you're also able to manage the same. And this is supposed to help infuse efficiency and effectiveness in what we do. The table there basically gives you a view in terms of the feedback. As you see from this was just randomly picked from a number of sensitizations that have been done, but you can see it is very encouraging. Most of MDAs are coming on board. The training are doing very well. And we hope the same continues so that you are able to understand and clearly get what is supposed to be done. So ladies and gentlemen, basically this is meant to help you to have an efficient and effective implementation process within the financial year. It's supposed to help you as for example, as you understand the indicator, the best practice in terms of implementing, sharing experience so that at the end of the day, we have a successful implementation process. Thank you so much. That's the end of it. And may God bless you. I request that for questions, as the chair stated earlier, let's share the same in our chat, question and answers. And then after all the presentation, we'll have the opportunity to have an opportunity to ask our questions and get clarification. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Javan, for that presentation. I think for now, you can take a break with your permission, participants. We can take a break, 15 minutes break or so that now is, I think, almost 10:15. Kindly let us take that healthy break. We be back at 10:30. We'll run through the strategy and the reporting template, so that at the end we'll have the Director General crown the whole presentation. We should be able, in the meantime, should be able to be providing feedback to your question, comments on the chat and on the Q&A. So kindly allow us to take a 15-minute break, and we'll convene back at 10:30, please. Okay. We are set to start for the second session. Yes, good morning, distinguished participants once again. Welcome for this second part of this sensitization. And in this part, I just wanted us to have a conversation around the institutional science, technology, and innovation strategy in regard to development, and for those who already have some implementation stages. We want to really emphasize that institutional strategy around how we are going to address science, technology, and innovation aspects in our programs and activities is very important. And in this regard, I want to spend like the next 30 minutes or so, but I can run through the template. Because for uniformity purposes, NACOSTI has provided or shared in the website the general structure and some guides on how to generate a institutional strategy. Again, specifically to emphasize that we are doing a strategy just based on our priorities, on your strategic plans, on the strategic issues that are relevant to you, that are important to you. And of course, what is important to you, it is important to the country. So that's the essence of this. This is a tool that perhaps you need to appreciate and celebrate, that it's going to assist you in accelerating the attainment of your strategy plans and other development goals. So to start off this session, I want to, let me see. Okay. Okay. Sorry for that hitch. Just to start off the discussion is just to really emphasize that for us to entrench or mainstream STI in our programs, we need a vehicle to take us there. So this is a tool that will really help us institutionalize the issues of STI in our programs. So in this regard, as a requirement for this performance indicator, all the agencies, ministries, departments, and agencies, and you particularly the tertiary and Tvets institution, you expected as well to develop an STI strategy. And of course, this will be your implementation framework and action plans in terms of around what will be your priority issues. Again, here I want to specify that the strategy or the template we have provided is just a guide, so that you are able to pick the issues that speaks to your mandate, speaks to your priorities, and we be able to see how to put them across and recast them in the view of or with a bias to science, technology, and innovation. There are so many things that are important to do, but we are using these as a cross-cutting or as a enabler to do that. So this institutional framework we are asking you to develop in terms of the strategy will help you to articulate your objectives and your priorities around there. So just to paint the bigger picture as a country, and I was saying in the morning, you are one of the group that we are celebrating, because Tvets and tertiary institution in last financial year, just for appreciation purposes, we had 273 institutions that were reporting on this indicator. And you can imagine at the Tvets and tertiary institution, you are 121, the leading in terms of the group. Again, it's because you are very important constituents in that matter, because of the role you play in this country. You are all over across the country. But this is a clear demonstration that the goodwill and the willingness to participate is there. Out of 273, 121 were this category. A big thank you from our end because of this commitment. And this is the direction we need to take as even we encouraging others. So you are taking the lead. So I just wanted to share this as an appreciation to this group because of that commitment. And definitely is because of what we are all agreeing. Because we are agreeing today and going forward, that STI is very important for our institution and for our country. Quickly, in terms of the STI strategy, because I just wanted to speak into the issues of STI strategy development and implementation level. All the 273 institutions that were reporting last year, yourselves included, we have a total of 191 who have already developed this STI strategy. It's a document I just so that I just use numbers, then to rebasis why we should spare this discussion. Because what we are saying, 82 of across now, including all the other categories, 82 of the institutions that were reporting last year were not able to do the STI strategy. Again, it's not a must to do year one, it is a journey. And that's why we have this discussion this morning because of this. But more specific to your category, you are to speak directly to your category, you will clearly see and appreciate that out of 121 of yourselves, 85 Tvets and tertiary institutions have already developed the strategy. Again, this is a number to celebrate because definitely this is a great achievement. We have 36 of you who are reporting last year, but you were not able to finalize, or you are still in the process of developing that. This discussion now is very important for you, so that we are able to provide more clarity where you have issues. We're able to agree how do we assist, because again, as I want to reiterate, Lacoste and this team talking to you this morning, they are always on standby to work with you to develop this. For the 85 of you who have already developed the strategy, you are in the implementation stages. What could be the issues or challenges you have there around there? Again, it's your forum to raise them and for us to walk that journey. In the morning, as I had said, institution of higher learning, you are the hub for the innovations, for the creativity. So I just looked at the data for last financial year, and I realized 46 of the Tvets institution and tertiary institution had already developed the intellectual property policy. This is just an important aspect. Even then, when we are doing the STI strategy, this is one of the important strategies for you to develop the IP policy and research policy, because these are enablers when we are entrenching aspects of research across your academic institution. Research is an important aspect, and the end product of those processes, you have to address the intellectual property issues. So 46 of you have already developed that. A clear demonstration that you are appreciating that institution that are the hubs for innovation and creativity. These are some of the important tools that help in encouraging creativity once you're able to protect individuals' rights and encourage commercialization to ownership around there. Again, this is just a slide for you to appreciate. With the numbers, we'll be working with you again to increase that number. It will be important if all of you are able. So for those who are coming on board for the first time, feel much welcome. All this is a journey that the team around here should be able to work with you and provide that backstopping support, so that you're able to deliver on what you are established to do. So again, you really appreciate that this STI strategy we are talking about will be a very important tool for you even to articulate more terms of or your competitiveness at the institution level and at what you are established to achieve for this country. So having painted that picture for last financial year, I will spend the next few minutes, but we have a discussion around this template. And again, due to time, and I will only provide the high level overview so that we just share the structure, what goes to each part of this, but the actual real thing of this is more of a practical aspect. That's why I said, should you need more support to do this, we'll be more than willing to assist in carrying out that. So just to share an overview of this strategy, and again, it's a very generalized the framework or a template that so that because you want to have a uniformity across, so that we don't have different approach, different focus for different institutions. So we just wanted the rationale was to have a uniform way of try to mainstream science, technology, and innovation in there. So what we are calling STI strategy templates is what we have provided in our website. You should be able to access it in our website. Of course, with more detailed examples and a Word version that you are able to pick, download, and populate with your information, and then we'll be able to come in where you have challenges. So this is a document that needs to have 5 chapters. Chapter 1 is the introduction. Again, this is for those who have already developed it. Kindly allow us to just share with those who are coming for the first time that they just appreciate that this is a 5-chapter document. How big it is, it depends on how elaborate you want to provide the information. But chapter 1, introduction, we are just asking you to provide the background info of your institution. And definitely this is something that is on your fingertips. You know, the legal mandates, you established, you have historical background, and of course, the category that you are serving this country in. So these are some of the aspects that we need. Or pick all the other issues that are related to science, technology, and innovation matters, and just condense it to an introduction. You're only introducing this to somebody who may read this document, and they're able to see where you are coming from, who are you, and what are your mandates, and what are the issues around science and technology that you are addressing. This is cut across to all, because definitely what you are doing, you are speaking to issues of research, science, technology, and innovation as an institution of higher learning. The chapter 2 of this document or this template is trying to help you articulate the issues of the situational analysis and the rationale of this document. Again, this should be a straightforward info, because situational analysis, you are using the SWOT, SWOT analysis, the strength, the opportunities, weakness, and threat. This is an inward looking, because you are assessing your strength, your weaknesses, and any other threats around there, but specifically with a bias with science, technology, and innovation aspects. Why am I saying this? Is because your strategic plan have a very clear chapter in terms of your situational analysis. Of course, your strategy plan are broader because they include internal and external environment. But for the purpose of this, we want to look at inward, because why? We want to look at what are your strengths insofar as science, technology, and innovation aspect is concerned, and what will be perhaps be your weaknesses and threats. Because when we are crafting the strategies, we need to mitigate these. And so this is an opportunity for you to highlight some of the things. If perhaps you realize some of your weaknesses, that you don't have adequate staff. So what do you need to craft a strategy that speaks to how do you enhance or build capacity of the existing STI staff, the levels and all that. So this is a very important, if you get this right, you should be able to get right at the strategy level. Because as I was saying, you are not doing these things outside your mandate, outside your priorities. It's a document that only want to harness the potential of STI within your priorities and within your mandate. And of course, in a document, we always need a rationale. Why should we bother to do all this? Because we need to clearly show this is a document that will help you articulate your mandate better, accelerate attainment of your commitment in strategic plans and another development plans within your institution. So that is as much as the situational analysis will do. We have agreed it's an inward looking, and then it provides a very important ground for you to do the strategy. Chapter 3 of this document, ladies and gentlemen, will need to be very focused and it will be very specific, because chapter 3 of this document, you will be talking about the strategic orientation in terms of what you'll be focusing. You realize all these subsection of this document, the vision, mission, and likes, the core values. We are not asking you to craft any for this strategy. Definitely, these are your institutional mission, because you are established to do something. You are established for a purpose, and you have, of course, you have a clear vision where you want to go as an institution, and the core values. So those are just uplifting them from your strategic plans and any other institutional document. Of course, we will craft objectives for the strategy, and these objectives will be able to derive them from the table that I will share next, that will help us in generating the strategies. And again, the guiding principles, these are some of the things that need to guide. Of course, this document is not existing in a vacuum. What will be guiding this document? Definitely will be guided by other policies at a higher level, the Vision 2030, at a regional level. And all what we do a day to day, we always respond. We always feed into those bigger picture. Like what the earlier speaker was presenting, and we all agreed, we all have a role to play in Vision 2030. So we are only saying that this document we are casting to show how we are feeding it to the bigger picture. So the continuation of chapter 3, we should be able to. I just wanted to pay some attention to these issues. These we are calling them the strategic issues. The STI strategic issues. As a country, we have come to a conclusion that these are some of the things, if we treat them well as a country, they will be able to help us make some steps forward. You look at your strategic documents, they all speak to these strategic issues. So these are strategic issues that are important for the country. They are strategic issues that are important to your institution. And we will do this document guided by these 8 strategic issues that cut across human resource development, infrastructure for STI, issues of funding. Of course, it is funding for research, science, technology, and innovation. It is broad, so that it has everybody in there. You may have been research, but you have something to do with the science, creating new knowledge, technology, you are applying the new knowledge, innovations, you are applying the technology. So all that space, you as a student of higher learning, you find yourself in there. So we are saying, what we want to do to enhance investment in RSTI, science, technology, and innovation. Collaboration and partnerships. This is another strategic issue that are very important. As a Tvets institution, this is important for you to survive. You need collaborators, you need partners. So how do you enhance that? Perhaps that's where we'll be crafting strategies to enhance these issues. Technology and development. I really appreciate that at least a good percentage of your institution have already developed IP policy, because you already have realized technology space, you definitely have to come up with innovations. There will be the issues of transfers, so the patent and all those. How do you take care of these intellectual property rights? So again, what we are saying, technology development is very important for us as a country. STI advocacy, even what we are doing, we are trying to raise a profile of STI. So how would you, as an institution of higher learning, be able to articulate this? Education, training, and research. Definitely, you are an institution of education and training. Research is also a core part of what you do on a day-to-day basis. So these are strategic issues that will help us craft the strategies to advance this aspect. Once we are able to do that in our small way, in our place where we sit, we will be able to do justice to this. So chapter 3, this is a continuation of chapter 3, but this is a layout of how we want you to articulate your strategies, and we are being guided by the 8 strategic issues I've just enumerated above. For example, the first issues, the human resource development. The middle column will create strategic objectives. Strategic objectives, these are the things. What is your ambition? What is your intention? Or what would you wish to do to advance as human resource capacity? Perhaps, as an example, is to enhance quality and capacity of the human resource and the talent management, what you have in there. The final column, this is where we are creating the strategies. And this is what we are calling STI strategies, because you want to come with the strategy. Some of the things that you want to commit, that perhaps you do these to advance human resource capacity. One of the examples could be to increase the numbers with whatever percentage, if possible, or perhaps is to provide a mechanism to attract and retain. These are examples that if you do this, you'll be able to enhance the human resource development. These are the strategies we are asking you to craft. And this is where your creativity comes in, because you look at yourself, look at your gaps in the situation analysis. What are the weaknesses you have insofar as RSTI is concerned? Research, science, and technology aspect. What would you do? What are some of the things you do to enhance that? Issue number 2, infrastructure for STI. This is a very important at the core of what you do on day-to-day basis for you to deliver the content and the training and research. So again, this would be a very important aspect. And we are saying part of the strategy perhaps you could propose to your management is to improve the infrastructure status, perhaps through allocation of resources or any other innovative way you could think around. So this is the sequence that we are looking at the infrastructure for STI. What are the strategies would you wish to propose to enhance that area? So that's the discussion we are talking about. Strategic issue number 3, but of course, I've not listed them in the order of importance. It is just for demonstration purposes and just for the guide. You could, we are agreeing all of them are important. Funding is a very important aspect, and funding investment for these RSTI has always been an issue because they have limited resources. Consider even the government, consider even from partners, it will always be limiting. So what are some of the objectives you wish to craft to help you mobilize and increase investment in there? Perhaps as an objective is to develop mechanism for sustainable financial resource mobilization. There are so many things you can do to mobilize resources. So in terms of the strategy, what are some of the things you could do? Is it perhaps to develop framework? Is it to deliberately commit to invest at least a certain percentage of your budget into risk R&D? That was a commitment sometimes back, 2% of of your budget Treasury now is also articulating this. So this is the direction you are headed, at least 2% of the budget. But what we are saying, perhaps even some of you are even spending almost close to that. Some of you may be wondering where is this money coming from? But all those things, most of the things you do, if you really analyze proper, you realize you really are putting a lot of resources in developing human resource, developing those capacity, their infrastructure, and all that, including the research that you might carry out to inform your teaching materials and all that. Some of the strategy to do there could it be to train, proposal writings, you form some of the strategy that you're going to enhance capacity of the existing staff for resource mobilization. As example, so again, it depends with your specific mandate and where you sit. STI or STA advocacy and awareness, because those are awareness creation. You always have many forums for putting that message as good ambassadors for STI. Could be the annual conferences, could be the engagement with private sector. So what are the forum would you wish to craft strategies that you wish to do? Of course, these strategies are things that are doable, what you are able to do within your means and within your resources and within a specific period. We are saying it is very advisable if you are able to do this STI strategy within the same period of your strategic plan, that they run together, because these things you are drawing them from what is prioritized in your STI, whatever institutional strategic plans. Now we only pick things that are relevant to STI. Just an example, the same thing with education, training, and research. Pick the things that you wish or you aspire to do. Most of the things that have been in your mind that you thought perhaps if given an opportunity to enhance the training, the research aspect, what you wish to do, promote gender, what you wish, cognition mechanisms, increasing the issues of publication. So those are strategies, what I'm saying are calling the doable, the things that you're able to commit and you're able to do to support training and research institutions. So just using these as examples so that they just guide you to craft what is relevant to you and what is important to you. Technology development, that is very important. I've already seen the trend, that is the direction. For us to, as a strategic issue, technology development and transfer, this is very important. We realize already one of the objectives that can help you advance that area is to develop those intellectual property rights regime, which you have already agreed. A good percentage of you have already done that. What are some of the strategies that you can craft to promote technology development? For example, maybe strengthening the industry and linkages. You are in academia, how strong is your linkages with the industry? Could be a deliberate strategy you could come up with to promote commercialization around there, because all those innovation within your space, you need partners to do that. And with that, the same story, what would you do to enhance the issues of collaboration and partnership in science, technology, and innovation? You already have some of the partnership, perhaps in training and all that. What are some of the things you may wish to strengthen partnerships around collaborations, partnership? Gender has been with us. The same story. How would you promote gender equality or equity around there in terms of participation in STI programs? These are some of the things that deliberately you do, starting with the committees that you are forming, the focal person and the champions. How are you able to entrench the gender parity issues around there? So this is the layout of what we are calling a template for the STI strategy. And this is customized to your needs, because you have different priorities because you're operating from different levels and different circumstances and different contexts. So it will be customized. The strategy you're going to come up will be speaking to your gaps, speaking to your priorities. So ladies and gentlemen, that's what I wanted to paint the framework or how it will look like. But once you craft all these strategies that we are coming up with, you need an implementation matrix that will help you to measure. So chapter 4 of this template, we are saying the chapter 4 of this template, just like in your strategy plans, is the implementation matrix. We have developed a number of strategies against those 8 strategic issues. You could have several, could have one or several strategies, but all these strategies need an implementation matrix. That's why we are saying chapter 4 should be the implementation framework for the institutional science, technology, and innovation strategy. We are saying institutional because you are speaking to your institution as a strategy. So chapter 4, you want to be using the strategy that you have come up with. What will be the expected results? Because definitely you are committing something you have the desire to achieve within a certain framework and within a specific period. You also have to use the performance. Just as you read your strategy plan, this is the things you need the performance indicator. What will be some of the things that you'll be using to measure your achievement so far as what you had committed or what you had targeted to do? Means of verification. These are always the things, the reports and all those. What you use, if somebody was to do, because the next chapter you'll be using to monitor how you're implementing these, your commitments or your desires. So at least you need you need that tool or that kind of a very clear map, how you're able to map out all the strategies. Because what will follow once this document is approved, you do your annual work plans, and within your annual work plans, you pick the targets per year. What you want to do year 1, what should you want to do year 2, along your space you already have committed to execute your strategy. So implementation matrix, this will be a straightforward because again, this is your projection, what you want to do. But the most important thing is these strategies have expected results. Once you do this, there's something that you were expecting. So you just enumerate them so that in the subsequent years, you'll be using your performance indicator and your means of verification just to pick and able to report and confirm what has been done, what need to be changed, and do that. Sequentially, once you are able to do that, chapter 4 will only be that tabulation, because you'll just use that matrix, and of course there will be the resources, the projected resources to do that, and your finance department should be able to help you project against your strategy plan what was committed in there. So the final chapter for this document will be the monitoring and evaluation. Because you are already in chapter 4, you have already enumerated the matrix and how and when you want to do them, for which period and what were expected. So you use now chapter 5 to just articulate your internal mechanism for monitoring and evaluation. This is internal. And definitely this year, you don't even reinvent the wheel, just like chapter 1 and chapter 2. Monitoring and evaluation, this speaks to your internal procedures for measuring what you are doing. How do you measure? How do you monitor your internal program, the strategy plan implementations? You have monthly reporting, quarterly reporting, annual reporting. Remember, these reporting in your strategy, these are internal mechanisms, so that we have that clarity. That's why we are saying just use what is your internal procedures for monitoring and evaluation, your internal procedures for reviewing documents. Maybe you review them mid-term and end-term. That's why I think this chapter is a straightforward uplift from your strategic plan, customized to help you complete this document and it helps you to implement this document. We are agreeing it's a very important document for us to be able to give the meaning to what we already have committed as a specific institution. So this internal reporting is different from what a subsequent presentation by my colleague that will have annual work plan that you'll be using to report for the purpose of the performance contract. That is, of course, is quarterly. So if it aligns with your internal mechanism or reporting quarterly, well and good, to be easier. So, but this chapter speaks to your internal procedure. How do you ensure conformity? How do you ensure implementation? How do you measure your successes? Because they say what can be measured, it can be done. So that chapter will help you to answer that. And that will be the end of the strategy. So again, for those who don't have the strategy, it is doable. Just get the template in our website, get the Word version with the guide in there, populate with your info, and we should be able to help you complete that. Just to end, so that I just put it in a focus, we'll agree for those who have already developed the strategy, for those who are aspiring to develop the strategy. There are challenges definitely that you face in there. We are all agreeing, the focal persons and the champions, you bear the greatest responsibility in terms of ensuring the success to these processes. For this program, definitely by helping your institution to accelerate attainment of your goals, and by extension, helping the country to attain its priorities and projected goals. So your role is beyond your institution. What you'll be doing that for the greater good of this country. So that way, NACOST is going out of way to just develop some mechanism to help you in these processes. And we are saying like quarterly virtual sensitization for all institutions. This being the first one for this financial year. This quarterly meetings or forum, we are just creating that to help the process, to ease your implementation. Again, you require in-person training, but these are on demand based on your needs and your challenges. Still another platform that NACOST as a specialized agency, insofar as this indicator is concerned, that avenue, continuous improving our reporting tools and templates, just to make your work easier, so that because again, what I've said, you are doing that on behalf of your committee, your institution, and on behalf of this country. And some of the impact of what you're doing transcend beyond this country to the global level in terms of competitiveness and the likes. And then we also go further to develop some certification modules. Again, voluntary. It's not mandatory that you have to go through these modules, but for us incentives to increase, continuously increasing build capacity across. Because as I'm saying, we are not doing this for the sake of just this performance indicator. We are doing this that beyond our institution, for our country, for our national goals and priorities. All what you are doing speaks to all the way up to the national level. So ladies and gentlemen, let me end this presentation of the template there. Because as I've said, this is not something that we cannot do in this session, but we can only provide an overview. But the subsequent implementation, we are on standby. So rest assured on that. Those who have done it, if you have issues, here is an opportunity for you to raise the issue. So thank you so much for your attention and your commitment to work with us in this journey. So at this juncture, allow me to invite my colleague, Cyrus Kamau, who will now take us through the process of how do we do this. We are talking of quarterly reporting. How do we do it? Which are the tools? Which are the platforms? How do we get there? How do we process this data? And then we have another discussion around how important the data we are providing, how the accuracy of that data, how important it is. Those are some of the aspects that we wish to discuss in the next presentation. Cyrus, if you be ready, kindly you be able to take the floor. And dear participant, if in continue putting your question and your comments around there, so that we are able to address them and give response to at the end. Thank you. Cyrus, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ngigi. Hope thank you for the previous presentation. Who have granted to class the indicator. I would take the last part of this process. Mine will not have slide. It's more of a hands-on process of what is anticipated concerning this indicator, just for ease of using the reporting tool and understanding the process that is used. Those who have been reporting over 100 Tvets, I think we'll just look at what's new in the indicator. But for the advantage of those who are doing it for the first time, so I'll start from the basics of reporting process. The reporting process is available from NACOST website. So I will share my screen. Yes, I'm saying you'll be able to access the indicating reporting process. I'll start from the basics from NACOST here.ka. So that will give you access to the NACOST website. And within the NACOST website, there is a pull down within the menu for PC-MDAs, which stands for Performance Acting Ministries, Department, and Agency. So there are two elements within that pull down. I'll start maybe possibly for last year. For the last financial year, we had the preamble of what the indicator involved, and also had the participating institutions and a list provided where you can click and download, and what the MDAs were supposed to do. Hasn't changed much in terms of the three main areas. The first area was to develop and implement SME strategy and templates that was provided, implement the annual work plan and quarterly aspect of. Majority of the resources consisting these targets that have been shared by my previous presenters and facilitators can be found here. We have a link for the reporting for the 4 quarters is already closed, and I think the result processed and sent to the institution. We have a summary of the PC indicator that is within the guidelines of the PC. We have a place where you can download the work plan in a copy of PDF, Word file, institutional SBI mainstream strategy. There's a template. Dr. Ngigi have just explained. If you want access to one, you get it either in Word or in PDF. Guidelines on how to develop that strategy also exist. Access, responsibilities of the persons that were shared earlier on by Javan, and the list of institutions participating. There is a download where you can be able to see the list which is activity. Then the scores for the last financial year. So if you haven't yet accessed the scores for the last financial year, you can click this link. It will give you the scores for the 19th. However, that was the last financial year. Maybe I'll trend to this financial year. And we'll populate this before the quarter returns. You realize that you may not get the data that is required. Some of them will, like the template is available. And the lists, like the link for the first quarter reporting will be updated from 1st of October. so that you're able to report on the indicator once the quarter expires. However, as I said earlier, this financial year, the targets remain the same. Develop for the new entrants to the STM and streaming indicator, they need to develop a strategy. For those that developed a strategy last year or the year before, they now need to implement that strategy using implement by selecting activities that are within the strategy and possibly saying what activities to undertake. The number 2 is to develop and implement STA annual work plan. This work plan is required in the first quarter reporting. So this is one of the requirements for the first quarter reporting. We'll be looking at the work plan after this endeavor so that we're able to see what has been done. Then it's consisting of 50% score. Then promptly and accurately, I would say timely submission of quarterly report using the STM and streaming reporting templates in the website to 420. So the total score is 130 for developing or implementing the strategy, then 50, which will involve the work plan. So the work plan will involve activities that are within the strategy or that will be carried within the strategy. So then 20% is to ensure that you are. I think this one has been off, however. That's one of the challenges we had in the last financial year. People reporting on 15, 17, 18, and you lose marks just basically based on it. We'll be able to report between 1st and 15th of the successive month that is supposed to be reported, not lose this 20 marks. From there, I will go to maybe for purposes of those who are dealing with the indicator last year, maybe to show what has been done in terms of report templates and tools. So last financial year, we had a total of 14 tables. So we have tried to compact tables that we felt they were not necessarily could be solved in another way, like table 1 and 2, which involved a lot of data on developing and implementing strategy. We have put that information on the work to ensure that you don't have to repeat the work plan and also fill the table. The tables that we felt were mandatory last time were 12 tables. Out of 12 tables, we have 7 tables that will represent those 12 tables. Then another 3 tables that involved BWC, we have matched them to 8A, 8B, 8C. Predominantly, majority of Tvets may not have anything to report on this. However, I'm very careful in that to say majority, not all. You have Tvets that are reporting on biological weapons as they are required to submit their reports. Then for that one, 8A, 8B, and 8C, especially for the National Polytechnic that are offering colleges in biological sciences. Possibly they come into close with the biological resources that require containment and they require to be managed to avoid any risk that it may involve safety and public good. So as I go through, maybe what I'll do, I'll just go through the tables. I'll want to work within these 7 tables, the ones that have changed. I will tell you this one has changed to this. There are minor changes just to ensure that challenges that were captured by stakeholders were sorted. Table 1 did not undergo any edit. I think we didn't have, we didn't receive any challenges from MDAs in terms of adding. I think in terms of clarity and the data that you are getting, there was much more agreement. Although there were a few cases, I would say, where people are sending data that we may not require. So confidential data, so you're supposed to extract in terms of grading. So if the principal is position 1 in that grade, then deputy principal, registrars, heads of sections, heads of departments, and it goes down for Tvets. So we just tell us there are 10 departments, and in these departments, there are 10 HODs, then in the position, there are only 15, and 5 are not currently present. So this one will be able to provide the variance. The last column will compute automatically. As I said, table 1 wasn't much of a challenge, and I think for that reason, And even the input from MDS about it are fewer. Table 2 had a bit of review. Tvets actually were the main issues that raised that there was staff within the organization. We had reached up to higher diploma. So we realized there are staff with certificates that were being left out. So we have added certificate as an extra column to cater staff who have certificate qualifications and are working within this organization. However, also, we have tried to simplify such that if we are dealing with a specific category, say you're dealing with bachelors, you're saying those who have bachelors above the age of 50 are 3, those below the age of 50 are 17, then those are in category for male. Then for female, those who have above the age of 50 are 7, those below 50 are 26, then it will automatically compute for you. So we have tried to put in, so this table is supposed to provide data in terms of the 4 key areas. 1, the field of expertise, natural sciences, engineering, medical health, veterinary, and humanities. That's the field of study. Then qualifications. Qualifications is PhD, master's, bachelor's, higher diploma certificate. Then gender, male or female. You know, there is a debate that they could add gender, but that for now, for us, that the male and female is sufficiently serving for us. Then we are dealing with the age. And the age 50 is based on the aspect that this is a retirement age, though we know that in Kenya, a compulsory retirement age. But at 50, you can retire and get your pension. And we call it an early retirement. But in actual sense, the retirement age is pegged globally along most of the countries at the age of 50, that people are able to retire. We don't help the organization to know, or within our analysis, are we having an aging workforce, and what are the mechanisms that are there for succession planning as far as it is concerned. So another issue that we have also added in the field of study, there were some requests to know, when you say natural sciences, what does it involve? What are these sciences that you call natural? So we have added within this table classification model just to put into place some of the key aspects of categories. So general natural sciences involve mathematics, computing and information sciences, physical sciences, chemical sciences, biological sciences, art and related sciences, and any other natural science that would fall within that. Then we have engineering and technology, civil engineering, electrical, mechanical, chemical, material, medical, environmental biotechnology, and industrial biotechnology, and any other engineering field or engineering and technology field under this. Then you have medical and health sciences, that's basic medicine, could be clinical medicine, health sciences, medical biotechnology or medical laboratory. All those sciences fall under what we call medical science. Then we have agriculture and veterinary sciences, basically agriculture, forestry, fisheries, animal and dairy sciences, veterinary sciences, agricultural biotechnology, and other agricultural sciences. Then social sciences, humanities and social sciences, we have grouped them as one group. They are common groups, but in social sciences, we'll talk about psychology, economic and business, education, sociology, law, political science, social and economic geography, media community. Humanities is history and archaeology, language, philosophy, art, and any other humanities. So, and there's a link from OECD that follows that. I don't want to go to the link for now, but you can access that link to the classification of these sciences. So that when you're filling this table and you have a staff member with a specific discipline, you can be able to tell under what of these 5 fields of study to that discipline or where that discipline will. Those were the changes within that table just to make it simplified and provide more information that is relevant and will help in terms of populating the table number 3 on research, science, project, and innovation. There are no changes to this table, they remain the same. The only thing that maybe may be added here is that it should contain equipments of 500,000 and above, but the population of the same equipment. So the table that we had for last year will not require any other modification. It's just to add if there are new equipment that have been put. If there are items or equipment that you have disposed through disposal process, you can remove them from the table, showing that the disposal process has happened when they are no longer mapped. So that we end up having an up-to-date table on research, science, and innovation. Next is research development expenditure. There were some changes in this table just to make it easier to read. So in this case, we have removed the aspect. It was a challenge in identifying operational budget. So what we have discussed and agreed, which is a simpler way of doing it, you are able to put the budget this way. So if you have a budget of 1 million, sorry, you have a budget of 1 million, which is the development budget. Then you have a recurrent budget of 15 million. Then that becomes your total budget is 15 million. Then from there, you can see that the budget for R&D is 700,000. So from there, you're able to put to us the quarterly budget. So this table has to be filled every quarter. Because at the end of every quarter, there is a money that you have spent for your R&D budget. So if 700,000 the first quarter, you spend 200,000. Then it will show cumulatively how much you have spent here. You don't have to compute that. And what percentage of R&D, because this percentage of R&D is a percentage of the R&D budget that is being consumed over the total budget. So if the second quarter there was another 100,000, then it will cumulatively say you have spent 300,000 over an estimated budget for R&D 700,000, that figure. In the third quarter, there is, and you can see the R&D expenditure is also increasing as you continue. In the third quarter, you have spent another 200,000. And the fourth quarter, there's another 200,000. So you will be filling the quarterly budget such that at the end of the day, if there was an allocated budget of 700,000, then the cumulative expenditure at the end of fourth quarter reporting is 700, which shows that you are spending 4.38% of your total budget on R&D or R&D. If you have a funder within the institution, possibly you have another 30 million from a funder that is funding, let's say the World Bank. Then within this 10 million, maybe 7 million. 7 million is recurrent, 3 million is development. So depending on what you're counting as development in this case, let's say you're buying a motor vehicle that is supposed to support this program. So this one becomes a case of a budget going towards, so it becomes 10 million. So in this case of the quarter, you can now have this entire money being assigned for that project. It could be an R&D project, maybe to improve facilities, maybe within the workshop, maybe within the laboratories. So this entire 10 million is going towards that project. And can be spent, maybe it comes within the third quarter, where you're able to spend 5 million, another 5 million within the fourth quarter, or another 2 million, assuming that the entire expenditure. So that means that there will still be some money running over to the other financial year by your budget implication. This is why you have the difference in terms of R&D investment. This shows that if there is a project that has been funded and that money goes to purely research, technology, and innovation activity, then most likely than not, that entire budget should be able to have an impact within the budget. Like here is a case of 10 million World Bank funding, then you're able to have 7 million already spent within that financial year, which contributes to 70% of that 10 million budget. And then you have the extra funding from GOK grant, which you are spending 4.38. So what happens to your total budget? Out of a total budget of 26 million that the nation has received that financial year, the amount spent on R&D is 29.62. This one has changed due to a variation within the entire budget. given that the government spending is providing a 4.38, but the donor spending is providing another 70 based on that. This one has an improved total budget on R&D or research, technology, and innovation for the entire Tvet or tertiary institution for that level. And that's why you're saying when you come to the project, collaborative project, that budget plays a key role to how is it improving in terms of the Tvet ability to remain competitively within the RSTNI provision for it. So done with that, I'll go to the next table. Sorry, table is collaborative programs and projects. So under collaborative programs and projects, we are giving some case scenario. Like now we have already put under finance, we have a funding model. So here we have a title equipping Tvets, who is the principal investigator. So depending who is in charge of the project, could be the PS Tvets, is the accounting officer and the principal. Then when does the project start? When does this project end? Maybe it's expected to end on 30th June 2023. So far, sorry for that. So far, we'll check on that. So far, that project should be able to say how much you have been able to consume, what's the percentage of the project completed, then who are the funders. If GOK is putting some funding, you can put. If the development partner is putting some funding, is there. Then is it a public sector funding? Then how much is being put within? So one of the key aspects that we check for correlation, if you have a project here that is funded either by the GOK or a development partner and has some amount, then the same should be reflected on the previous table when you come to the partners. So one of the challenges we get in data cleaning is that we may have several partners here who are bringing in resources, but when you come to the table of collaborative projects, you only find less. Or you have more collaborative projects here like 6 that are well listed, the partners are well labeled, the amount is well known. But when you come to the table of R&D, you are getting less. You are getting maybe 2 or 3 partners. But collaborative project is saying 6. Or your expenditure table is saying you have 10 projects or 3 projects. But when you come to collaborative projects, you're getting 1 project. So we end up wondering which is which. So these are some of the things that when you come to validate, you may be coming back to the focal persons just to confirm and clarify that the data they are providing is verified and is also authentic, that you can be able to use in terms of analysis for that. Then you go to the next table. The table is on research, technology, innovation output. So after you have done collaborative projects, which are much more RSCI input, you have output. This table did not change, just give the figures that you're able to provide. I think what we now need to provide is the supporting evidence, which comes in terms of PDF. Then you could be saying we don't have publications, but we have developed utility models. Maybe 1 in natural sciences, 3 in medical sciences, and 2 in agricultural sciences, or 4 in agriculture. It will give you a total of 8. So depending on where your strength is, when the universities are choosing publications, then you anticipate for Tvet, their strength would be in utility models. Then in terms of technologies that have been developed, innovations that have also been developed. There are products that are developed with line institutional policy. If there is ability of commercialization, and we think they could be as simple as generating detergent, generating sanitizers that you're able even to protect them and possibly say whatever chemical process that is able to generate within that. Memorandums of understanding. If you have an incubation center, you have technologies that you have incubated. If you have innovations, then how much you have incubated. If you have curriculum materials that you generate, you need to protect them as copyright. So if you're a tertiary institution and you're generating curriculum or developing curriculum support materials, which the lecturers and others are able to generate and create and share, then there should be cases or those materials are copyrighted. The institution, these are part of that you're able to say within the areas and disciplines of your training, how you can protect your copyright as training materials or supplementary curriculum supports. So after that, there isn't much change. This is the same table for the output, so it remains the same. Then dissemination of output and services, not much change also. Table remains the same. What we have added is that since this is cumulative, you'll be telling us quarter one. This is like the finance table or the R&D expenditure table. So you tell us how much you have been able to do. If quarter one, you use social media, if you're using WhatsApp, if you're using LinkedIn, if you're using Facebook, if you're using YouTube to generate audiovisual materials. So in quarter one, what materials did you generate to explain maybe a certain scientific or art or social science concept? It could also use print media. These are magazines, journals, periodicals. You could also have workshops. You could also do policy briefs. You could also attend conferences and symposiums. You have seminars and webinars. Trade fairs. This quarter, there is the Mombasa Trade Fair, there is the Nairobi Trade Fair, or what we call the shows. There is exhibition. You could also use your website. You could do infomercials and also part of training. You could also do brochures, leaflets, flyers, posters, which you call IEC material. So for each quarter, you're able to provide the number so that quarter one, you provide results, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. This one will cumulatively give us. If you need to give details of that dissemination process, there is a place to give details, and possibly you can also provide remarks as necessary. So these are the 7 mandatory tables that you anticipate you're going to be working with. Then the last table that we said that this BCW is a table of 80, 80, 80. If you're dealing with commitments to what you call BWC, you're dealing with microorganisms and containment facilities like laboratories, holding microorganisms. Are they virus? Are they pathogens, zoonotic, invasive, toxins? Then you're able to put this information. Then mechanisms to which you're applying, that 8B, description of the activities of what you're undertaking. You're able to say what kind of microorganism and what kind of approach that you're going to play. Then the last one is 8C, mechanisms that you are put into place to prevent and mitigate in case of anything. So if you are giving a rat for research in biological research lab, then possibly you may need to see how are they being kept. Is there a possibility that they will get through and possibly cause a spiral out of control? What mechanisms have you enforced in that? So I've gone through that. I think now with permission, I can move to the STI mainstreaming work plan and possibly now bring in. So the same work plan for last year, what we have done to simplify, I say some tables where the data can be put here. So if it's put here, it makes it easier for reporting. Like now we didn't have this output column. So this output column ensures you don't have need a table. So your work plan should be very clear on this, like appointment and the appointment of focal persons. If they have been appointed again, maybe this financial year, what you need here is a letter of appointment. So letters of appointment, that's the focal persons and the champion. That's the output. We anticipate that one to be done in first quarter. But I will still say something else. If your appointment, depending on your organization, if your appointment goes for 2 years and the appointment was done last year, you just need to attach that letter for last year. You don't have to get another appointment. If the appointment goes for 3 years and it was done last year, so the same letter will be valid for this year and it will be valid for next year. So you just need to attach the rate that you attach. But if you do annual appointment, then you need to appoint anew if the committee has attending training like what you are currently doing. It's happening on first quarter. Then we need what's the output here? Possibly we're saying training certificate. And becomes an evidence that is being achieved within the first. Conduct training, maybe you're saying after the champions and focal persons have been trained. Possible now to conduct training to staff. So how do you sensitize as champions and focal persons? You can plan it to do between October to December, that second quarter, that you're going to undertake sensitization. Then you have the that's the aspects, the output here you're anticipating that you have been able to conduct sensitization. And for purposes of the outputs of here, you can be able to say what can prove that there was. Maybe there was a memo, invitation memo to staff or email. If there was any attendance list, and if there were any reports that came from that sensitization, there were comments, there were discussions. So if there were any report, then they also become part of it. This one also informs the aspect. Then you can also provide, and you can continue, you can add and say what the next activity could be. Maybe the next activity could be engagement of management about STM mainstreaming. Then you put it as an indicator and you can say you do the same quarter. So there are these tables that have gone through table 1 to table section A to section F. This one you report quarterly. So you anticipate quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. This one will have an indication within your work plan you will do. The same case, you anticipate that the reporting of this indicator or every quarter of what the tables have been able to take up to section F. It applies to those who are coming into the target for the first time or people who are coming to the target for the second or the third. So any issue that is within that boundary is able to report. Budget allocation, here is none. Telling the principal or the CEO to appoint non-needed budget allocation. That's the responsibility of the principal or accounting officer and the focal person. Because the focal person has to follow up to ensure that the appointment is done. So attending training, it depends if it's a face-to-face training or it's like this one. So I don't know whether it's any budget requirement. Maybe for the issue there is the budget requirement to buy bundles, have airtime for that. So I'll just say I'll leave it to that. Then also this one is the focal person. That's the responsibility maybe to follow up, ensure the focal persons attend training, and in some cases also the champion. But the responsibility to ensure it can really be. It continues down. So if there are any other budget implications that could come within this process, you're able to fill that budget allocation. You also say who is responsible. For those that are still developing the strategy, I will not say the first time, but those that are still developing the strategy, these are the requirements. You need to move to what you're calling developing the strategy. You say the activities you're going to undertake this financial year to ensure that because you're establishing a formal working group, that means you have already appointed a focal person. There's the appointment of focal persons, focal person and champion. So if that's required, then as you continue to the last thing is an approved strategy. The output is an approved STI strategy. That means an approved STI strategy that is supposed to be submitted, signed by the CEO and stamped at the end of fourth quarter. We are saying between the first quarter and the fourth quarter, These are the activities. And we said the appointment of focal persons should be within the first quarter. Then the activities of the committee, once they are appointed, they could even start from the first quarter, and they will still continue to hold those meetings. We are saying and workshop could be within those two, and developing strategy, second quarter to third quarter. Then you are most likely in the fourth quarter, you involve staff within the institute to validate, and possibly it's approved by the principal or responsible accounting officer within the institute for that work. If there any budget implication, you put here. And who is the responsible person, focal person, champion, principal, accounting officer, you'll be able to fill the details within that one. The same applies for those that have already developed the work plan. You need now to identify out of the work plan, there are these strategies. There are 7 strategies. I know they may differ from one institution to another. Others could have 8, others could have 9, others could have 10. But at least within this case, we have talked about 5. So we are telling you to select any 5. You may decide you're going to choose infrastructure. And then you're saying, as an example, you want to establish the status of STA infrastructure within the identified areas. Maybe within the TVC. Sorry. So the priority areas within the TVC. So the TVC has a priority area. Maybe it's the engineering lab. So the output is you have a status report. Report on the infrastructure. When we're talking about the STA infrastructure, maybe to demystify, could be your area of interest. So if your priority area is engineering work, then you put your engineering work. So if your area of interest is something else, maybe it would be the examination and review processes. Then you'll be saying about the examination office that is able to process that. So that will become the status of the engineering workshop. So that will become your STA infrastructure for that institution. Note that this one is complementing your core mandate. So you have to relate to whatever infrastructure you're dealing with. Then this report, developing this report and maybe validating it the entire quarter, then you may be having a budget of maybe 300,000. Maybe you may need to call an expert in coming to do some surveys to guide if there is some repair that needs to be done, if there is some maintenance that's supposed to be conducted. Then you can relate, this could be the work of the focal person and the HO engineering to ensure that that aspect is taken. Then you can be able to move down through the process. So if you have identified your priority area from your strategy is funding, and possibly you want to write proposals, or you want to talk with the management to see that they're able to allocate 2% of their budget allocation, then you can say what activities you'll be doing to ensure that if you are currently at 1%, you move to 1.5% this year. Then what budget implication it has, whose responsibility is it? Is it the CFO? Is it the head of finance? Then possibly able to put. So this is just a process of how you're able to populate your template. If there are challenges, the cost team will be available to help. So the final submission of quarterly is already given, that you have to submit quarterly report, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. And the keyword is timely, before the expiry of the deadline, 15 days at the end of the week. And of course, this is the responsibility of the officer. I don't think submitting will have any budget implications. We'll still say none here, just to have that assurance, not be charged to take that quarterly report. Then the report, this work plan should be signed by the name of the accounting officer within the institution, whether it's the principal, CEO, or whatever title they provide as per the institution, designation, date, signature, and a stamp. then convert to PDF and kindly submit it within the first. It's required. That's a work plan. And you can see the work plan now is generally making your work easier because you're able to select the activities that you wish to do within the quarters and you're able to populate the thing. So the question is, why is the CEO signing and stamping? Because the CEO will not sign and stamp something that has budget implications and he has not been able to look at this budget. There should be some summary. So you look at this, and if you felt that some of these activities, the budget is low, I try to be an optimistic. You may decide to add the team 700 instead of 300, so they're able to have a working budget. Because these activities are undertaken, then the accounting officer will be aware that the SAM in streaming requires a budget of 2 million for the whole year, and possibly have seen how they have divided their 2 million within their work plan. And when these activities come, then the focal person and the champions will not have the challenge on how to execute that process or that. So to that, now I'll go to the reporting tool. So the reporting tool is now how do we submit? Isn't much different from what has been there. You have been getting a link and a password which is sent to the focal person, and you're able to get that. So this is a test link. The process has now been simplified. The tables are much more or less, so the steps are much more or less, and the timelines required to submit this report has probably, in terms of the time you take, much more or less. So you're saying for this, they have 8 tables which you will be able to download at the end of the quarter. Then there will be, instead of 10 documentary evidence, you have made them 8 documentary evidence, which you're able to refer. You tried. So to say you are not a robot, just to allow that the table does not self-populate. As I think I'm not a robot, ensuring that the person who is populating is not auto-populating as a robot. So you select. So we have introduced this because there are quite a number of reporting areas. There are public ministries, departments, and agencies in Kenya, the Kenyan High Commission or the Embassy, for those that are reporting on behalf of the High Commission and Embassy, and the private sector institutional agency in Kenya. So we are under public ministry, department, and agency. So you're able to select that, click next. So you will deal with a category of Tvets and tertiary institutions. Then you're able to get, so if you don't get your tertiary institution here, kindly reach out, because the others that have started, have been formed in the last couple of months, and possibly they are reporting on their PC targets for the first time. They are new Tvets or tertiary institution. So if you do not get the name of the institution here as a focal point or a champion, just alert us, we'll add it for you before we do the first quarter report. So there is through email pc@nacosti.co.ke. Then there will be desk officers available to your email support in case your Tvet is not here. So you can select the Tvet. Next, county headquarters, maybe the Tvet is in Garissa. Title of the head of the CEO could be Mr., could be Mrs., could be Miss. Name of the CEO. I'll type the name of the CEO, then click next. So if you have appointed a focal person, the answer is no. You'll be told to kindly expedite the appointment of focal person. If the answer is yes, you're able to provide the name, and provide the email and phone number which require for purposes of following. We do not require these details for the champions. We only require for the focal, who is our link person to the institution. When you want to follow up on an issue, you'll be able to provide. We are saying within the end of the first quarter, the appointment should be formalized. So you should be able to attach a letter of the appointment of the focal persons. Then have you selected champions? If you have appointed champions, yes, you'll be required to attach a letter of champions. If it is the same letter, maybe one letter written so and so is the focal person, then the names go, the 5 names are for champions. So for the champions and the focal person, you attach the same copy so that you don't have challenges. The letter for focal person and champion, if it is only one physical document, you scan and you attach it in both areas. Attended trainings, yes, you can select the date. I believe today's date will be among the dates once the list comes. If the others that have been done outside the official dates, you can be able to put the maybe first August. We have attended others that where MDAs have requested for training for their staff within the institution. In such cases, there is that option to be able to outside the training calendars. Then develop STM work plan. So there is, if you have the implementation strategy, what is here is the STI work plan, the one that we have just gone through. So you are supposed to attach it in PDF. We said it has already been signed by the CEO, so you can attach it. Have you developed the STM strategy? If yes, you can attach. If the answer is no, you'll be requested to fast track, and you have been given a link to the template to develop that strategy. Then these are the tables that you're going to request. We are talking about maybe an institution. What's the size of the establishment in terms of staff? Maybe 300. How many are currently employed? That's what we call in-post. Currently, we have employed 200. How many are offering technical services? So if it's a Tvets teaching and maybe lab technicians, we're talking about 150. If you have any foreign, maybe your staff exchange, you can tell us. Maybe you have a staff exchange program with Japan and somebody has come to them, and possibly they will fall under that category. Or staff who are there, but they are non-Kenyans. Then at fully table, this table 1 that we have just looked into, the current staff in post. Then human resource table that we went through, PhD, master's, category, age, above 50, below 50. That's where you attach that table. Section B, you attach on budget, sorry, for equipment and facilities. We said there was no changes on table 3. You just list the equipment above $500,000. We have already specified for you here that equipment whose amounts are over $500,000 in cost. Section C is about R&D expenditure. That's table 4. We have just looked at that table 4 in Excel format. Section D is input. These are collaborative projects. Like you're saying, you have a project with the World Bank, you have a project with county government, you could have a project with an NGO that is supporting the institution in some kind of its core mandate of training, either in terms of facility. In terms of RSI output, these are outputs to do with innovation. That's table 6. Then you have to list a PDF document listing those. If you have information, project transfer, memorandum of understanding, all those aspects will come within that. And if there is a PDF, then you're able to attach PDF on those evidence. Then you move to section F, it's on dissemination. There's an Excel. We said if you're disseminating using social media, if you are disseminating using print media, newspapers, infomercials, trade fairs, workshops, conferences, seminars. So that table that contains that information you upload there. If you have an intellectual property policy, IP policy, if the answer is yes, then you can attach that. If not, then basically you need to see how you can work out develop. We're encouraging all MBA to develop an IP policy for the institution, especially like Tvets, because there's a lot of students that are coming up with innovation. How do you protect those innovations? How do you assist them to commercialize? How do you assist them to register utility models as they come up? All that is supposed to be addressed in the IP policy. Then there is a research policy. If you are conducting a research within the institution and you have developed one, we also encourage learning institutions to develop a research. We say research is not the big nature of which the universities are known. You could even be doing research as a survey. You're collecting a lot of surveys and collecting a lot of information. All that is research. Possibly should be done within a guideline document. That guideline document is a research policy that can help. Then for international implementations to biological weapons convention, you can attach table. If you say yes, then you'll be forced to attach table 8A, 8B, 8C. However, if you are not, and then you're saying you do not, you're not part of that, then you'll be able now to compete. If you have any comment on this submission process, this is what you put. Maybe you can say there, so is now more simplified, or you need it simplified. Further, these are comments about the submission process, which help us also when you come to deal with the tool to ensure whether they are being simplified, are they easier for using. Then you have a letter, what you call a forwarding letter by the CEO. That's the last document. So the principal should do a forwarding letter for this indicator and you attach it. And after that, you can submit and you finish it. We would recommend that you keep a copy of your submission. So that's why I tell you to kindly download the response below on your own records. You can click that, then save. It will pull out what you have submitted, your submission tool. Then you can download as a PDF for your own records. Just click as down and it will download for you a PDF. That's that, especially in terms of purpose reporting on time. This evidence will be sufficient to fit you in report. And after that, you can close the reporting tool and you're good to go. To return it to the NACOST website and that's all. So before I exit, I want to call my colleague, Dr. of the data. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm David Dumi. I just want to reiterate the importance of having accurate data. As you are aware that having good data will help us in making informed decisions on various aspects, it be policy or otherwise. And what we can report is that, of course, many of you have been, of course, complying in terms of putting data in all the cells. And as my DG will come and make a presentation on the STI ecosystem, for STI, we are able to use what we call the indicators to try and see how the country we can be able to compare with other global players. And in this respect, we have like the R&D per GDP, and also we have the issues of global index. We also have what we call Sustainable Development Goals Index. We also have the issues of the number of researchers, maybe per million population. Could it also be the number of patents and also the issues of the number of publications we are doing? As for you, and I think she had mentioned earlier, that you need to be the issues of innovations. You know, innovations can come from research or otherwise. So it is important that in this field of innovation, as you mentioned, that whatever products or services you come up with, it's important that you register with KIPI so that at least we can be able to have those IP assets within our borders. Just to say that in terms of data, it is critical that, for example, if we are putting the number of, for example, engineers within the space of Tvets, if you have, for example, 30 researchers who are gender male. The implication of maybe by mistake putting an extra 0, we are talking of, instead of that, we are talking of 300 as implications. And when we are talking of the number of the cost related to infrastructure, for example, for you, maybe you have another machine which maybe costs 3 million, and by mistake, maybe somebody adds an extra 0, then we are talking of 300 million per the cost of rent, and maybe probably it was 3 million. So it is very important that we are able to ensure that through triangulation, we are able to put the right figures in those cells. Could it be the number of applications, number of innovations, or even the number of researchers in a certain discipline areas? And we have realized Kenya has been RUSI for some time now, because there are some things we have done in the country, but we are not able to report them. So we want to take this idea of STI mainstreaming to be able to catch up with other economies. And I was just reading an article where in 2021, Kenya is even doing less in terms of what we have given out, and Uganda. You can imagine, or Botswana, or what we call Setwani. So it is very critical that whatever data we are giving, that it is accurate, so that at least it can help us in making decisions. Maybe the number of, for example, number of engineers we have in Tvets, what can the government be able to do? If the numbers are so few, then there should be a policy decision in that direction. So I think in all areas, we should endeavor to put the correct figures so that it can help the country move forward. Thank you very much. And I return it to the chair of the session.
Okay. Thank you, Cyrus, for making the reporting template clear and simpler. Thank you, Dr. Jumbi, for emphasis on accuracy of the data. It's very important aspects as well. So, distinguished participants, I think at this juncture, as I had said earlier, we hope this to open this forum for you to raise some of the issues you want them addressed, as we wait the Director General to find space to join the meeting. So for now, let's take advantage and have the open forum, the question and answers and comment as well. We are also receiving your feedback in terms of comment, suggestion, what you would wish us to do and incorporate. Very highly welcome. Your challenges and issues. Participants, you can raise your hand so that you are be enabled to raise your comments. It's your time now. Okay, so Javan, you can respond to some of the queries on the chat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngigi and all other presenters. I think even Dr. Jubi has made it very clear in terms of value proposition, why you need to give critical data and how that data is used for many other reasons by the various stakeholders. I think that was a valuable addition so that you can understand from a bigger perspective why we are doing all this. Now, there is a question by Billy Otolo, who is asking, does it mean quarterly reports are submitted via email and the full reports are submitted through portal at the end of financial year, because it's not logical and all that? Maybe to make it clear, and Billy, you submit your report not through the email, you submit it through the portal. There's a link You just get the password for the link through the institution, and then you make your report continuously over all the quarters, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. And in each of the time you're reporting, you'll be attaching the relevant documentary evidence based with the activities that you have undertaken. So there is nothing that specifically I mean, the fourth quarter, you'll be reporting exactly what has happened in fourth quarter and attaching the same evidence. And maybe it is good to note, Billy, this is not only NACOST who is doing that. Maybe if you look around the institution, you're also reporting on a number of other indicators. For example, drug and substance abuse, we do exactly the same. You report over the quarter and you attach the evidence. So basically, this is a practice that is clearly prescribed within the 20th cycle guidelines, whereby, and it makes it more efficient and effective for you, so that as you report for that specific quarter, for example, this first quarter, one of the documents you need to attach, of course, is the work plan, as it has been explained. And other documents that support the activities that you have indicated. So yes, you report quarterly. It's not through the email, it's a link. There is an automated process through the link, and that link is shared through the your CEO's office. You get the link and you report accordingly. So I think that's a good to make that clarification. Then there is question from Joseph Barasa, who is asking, apart from focal person, how many champions can institution have? Does it include support staff? Thank you for that question. I see Cyrus is answering, but I can just give some point on the same. We say the focal person should actually be one, but then champions depend. You could have 2, 3, 4, 5. It depends with their uniqueness as an institution. It depends on the number of departments that you have. In other words, we should have, in terms of champions, we should have champions representing almost every part of the department of the institution. So they vary depending on the number of the institution that you have. And that way we say it with the focal person and champions, then you form the STI, Science, Technology and Innovation Steering Committee for your institution. So yes, champions will vary depending on the number of department. And again, the emphasis is ensure that it is inclusive and representative as much as possible, so that all the department, finance, HR, all the key departments are represented, and that to be able to implement the indicator well. We have one from Dennis who is asking me, my humble request that you share. Yes, presentations will be shared. Those ones will be shared after the end of the entire process of sensitization. A list of institutions and institutions are not listed. Why, for example, Kaimos TTC, I think if you're not listed, you'll be listed. That could be an oversight, but indeed you'll be listed. Is it possible to eliminate continuous repetition of uploading? Yes, I think this was explained, and I know that when the Director General will also be making his presentation, there are some informations once you submit, you won't be submitting. For example, work plan. Once you submit work plan, you won't be submitting work plan in second, third, and fourth quarter. Number two, the other template, you want to submit them in first quarter. What could happen is when there is any variances or there is new information, there is something probably you have implemented, you just be adding, you just be updating, in other words, and they're quite, it depends. But there are some that once you submit strategy, you don't have STS strategy, you don't have to submit it every quarter, Joshua. The same with work plan and even the template. There are some that once you submit once, but in case some of the template that you have been taken through, some of them you can only resubmit them when you have updated and you have extra information that you have captured within the period under review, either second quarter, first, third quarter, and fourth quarter. So there are some, yes, once you submit, you don't need to continue submitting. There is certain information once you provide, you don't need to be providing the same on quarterly basis. So I think, Chair, those were the questions on the chat. Probably now we can have members who wish to raise their hand, and maybe you want to seek certain clarification or more addition of the same information, which my colleagues will help in doing so. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Javan, for that. I think for those who have questions, could you enhance of us facilitate these, those who have raised their hands to ask their question. I can see, yes, Patrick. Patrick, you've been enabled. Could raise your question? Patrick, you can unmute and raise your question. Victor Cheriot, please take the floor. Ezekiel, are you able to raise your question? Sunny Mambele.
Hello.
Yes, Victor.
Yes. I am Victor Cheriot. Hello.
Yes, Victor, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Victor Cheriot from Bureti Technical. I have one question in regards to budget allocation. That was stated earlier. That was 2%. If we can still recall, I don't know. 2% of the institution approved budget that goes to R&D that was mentioned. So I would like to get some clarification on that, so that in relation to the STI.
Okay, 2% of the allocation.
Yeah.
To R&D. It's 2% allocation to R&D.
R&D, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you, Victor, for that. It will be responded to. Zipporah, you can take the floor and ask your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you for giving me this chance.
Seems we have lost you.
Oh.
Please, you have, okay?
Yeah, I've unmuted myself. I don't know why it is. Okay, I'm saying
yes,
it was still on the budget, because you realize when they are actually budgeting, there is the total budget still on the same. So when they talk of the budget cut, in most cases, they say you cut the budget across all the departments. So I don't know the measures maybe the commission will do so that it will not delay some activities just because of that budget cut. And then later on, maybe the budget will be approved later on. So it makes actually the people who are trying to implement maybe to run at times. So you don't implement as per the work plan, it can delay a bit. So because I've seen STI is actually a core mandate. Is there any way that, because the 2% is very minimal, is there a way maybe you can give a direction so that if they talk of a budget cut, they don't affect so much on for the R&D, although it is still the same ministries, I don't know. And then another thing, I was checking in the website, I was checking on the template of the work plan. The last time I was checking, it was last week. So I found the template of a work plan. It was not yet updated. I hope if I'll be able to check, there is a new template we are using for the last financial year.
It is updated.
Okay, and then the last one, in my own observation, I've seen actually this sensitization is very important. So, and then, especially for the focal persons and the champions, is there anything the commission can do so that before the end of the financial year, or even maybe as we begin the financial year, you have a physical meeting for all focal persons and the STI champions, so that at least people will have that one-on-one, at least one in a year. I don't know if it will be possible for the commission. Thank you.
Okay, let me start with the last one. Yes, I think, Zipporah, you are raising a very important aspect in terms of the one-on-one meeting. This is something I'm saying, these are some of the ideas that we are welcoming. We need to do that one-on-one. If it has more impact, your suggestion will be brought on board. We can organize that. These are some of the things that we need to take the process to the next level. And I can assure you, we should be able to take on board all these progressive ideas that help us make it better so that we are more effective and we also accommodate you. In terms of the work plan, yes, it was, we are updating. We will be uploading the 2023-2024, so you should be able to use that. In terms of the budget cut and perhaps what could be done, my colleague Javan Michi will start, and Cyrus will check the other aspect of the R&D aspect in terms of the budget. Javan will take.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that question. I've seen that question is cross-cutting. Number one, I think we need to bring this to perspective. STI is already part of your performance contract, your institutional PC. And I know of you, maybe some of us may not be very much conversant with this, but persons in charge of performance contract are aware that you are given an opportunity to negotiate your PC. Meaning, whatever you're implementing is basically as per the recommendation of 20th cycle performance contract. So all the issues, all the activities that you have undertaken as an institution, basically are taken care by the approved budget. What happens is that you may have started the approval process of your budget before, but during negotiation, if you remember very well, one of the documents you're supposed to submit to the ministry as you negotiate, number one is your budget, either the estimate from the ministry, but basically the budget itself. And every institution, including your institutions, this was done. Number two is the work plan. Number three is the strategic plan. And number four is the annual procurement plan. Those documents are mandatory because you cannot negotiate your PC without the basis of those documents. So basically, whether you factored it in, whether STI is just one of the indicators under your core mandate. Remember, STI is captured under your core mandate, and within your core mandate, you have other indicators that you need to implement. So even if you have a budget cut, this was taken care of during negotiation. Because for you to implement, remember the person to negotiate on your behalf is the chair of your board and the CEO and the other team. The first thing they need to demonstrate is that indeed for them to implement the PC, they have the necessary budget. And that's why budget is the first document you submit. So even if there is budget cut, it cannot still affect the implementation because the entire budget that you have, if you look at the criteria, the financial stewardship criteria that you have in your PC, is basically about budget, it's about compliance, it's about paying bills. So basically, we demonstrate there that we have the resources to do so. So cutting cannot, whether you have, you have budget cuttings or you have reduction in terms of budget, still there is that bare minimum amount that is left, the resources left for you to be able, and that's why after negotiation, then of course you go for vetting. Again, the same documents are requirement during vetting. You have to give the approved budget, which support the financial stewardship and the ability for you to support your core mandates. So basically, that is the situation. By now, all of us have been vetted. And that means the budget that has been approved, the institution has demonstrated beyond doubt that is capable to support the entire PC, all the activities. Remember, STI mainstreaming, just minor activity within the wider activities for your PC. So basically, we need to get that concept very clearly. Then number two, we need also to realize that even before introduction of science, technology, and innovation, we used to have a lot of expenditure towards research, science, technology, and innovation. In fact, any institution, and more so we are dealing with institutions that are more technical. You have labs, you have projects that are running, and many other things that support research, science, technology, and innovation. So in case you realize, for example, the 2% ideally is what is recommended. In fact, it's at least 2%. That is the wording. You may realize that you may not have allocated enough. Just look at the expenditure. Look at how you are spending money towards the areas, either of research, of science, technology, and innovation. And I can promise you, you are out there. You have, most of you have student innovations. You have a lot of incubating innovations. Some of you are almost in the process of commercializing some of your innovations and all that. So basically, all the resources that are given towards that direction contribute to science, technology, and innovation. So basically, as you do the 2%, you may realize the allocation could be minimal, but you have actually spent the expenditure of the same. So you report that on quarterly basis. So that basically should be able to answer that question, and is a best practice for you to, as you move, as we said earlier, of course, we have only been science, technology, and innovation. This indicator we started implementing from 18 cycle, that is 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, and now in our third cycle. As we move forward, then most of these challenges that we face still will be mainstream moving forward. But now we're in a very good position. In fact, just think about it. One of the target again within your core mandate is to develop the strategic plan so that you align it with MTP4 and align it again with better. That means already MTP4 carries aspirations of research, science, technology, and innovation. Already, you have already planned and put resources for your strategic plan. Out of your strategic plan, you develop the work plan. Again, that has the same issues that I'm talking about. So basically, let's look at it globally. And as we move progressively, we'll be able to address this. Thank you, Chair. I think I've been able to respond to that. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, German, for that elaborate response. And I think,
sorry.
I think Victor and Zipporah, your queries around the budget issues have been well articulated by German. I think at this moment, I want to invite you, ladies and gentlemen. The Director General Nakosti is on now. He would wish to have his presentation at this moment. And I think this, as we had said earlier, this will crown the whole exercise so that we see the bigger picture. Kindly, we want to thank you for this movement. You've been registering in big numbers. Let's have the Professor Walter Oyawa now give his presentation, and let's continue being patient so that we appreciate this great information is going to share. Professor.
So, yes, good afternoon. Am I audible? To participants, am I audible? Any one of you, are they able to respond? Yeah, yes. Otherwise, thank you very much. I was to give this brief talk a little bit earlier, but due to unforeseen situations, I was not able to. But otherwise, we truly appreciate your presence, of you distinguished participants. Allow me just to speak from a broader perspective, the reasons why you are undertaking this, this target, the value proposition for your organization. And I have a number of slides. I know some of you, this could be a second or third time, so you'll forgive me if some of the slides are repetitive. But for the sake of those who are joining us for the first time also, we may have to repeat some of the slides. Otherwise, there are quite a number, so I will try to also pick the ones which we think might be relevant to the implementation of the target among Tvets institutions. But the overall theme is on leveraging on science, technology, and innovation for national prosperity and public good. That is truly the purpose of this target. And from the onset, let me mention that for those of you who have been there before, you have been able to get your feedback on these trainings. And the lessons learned during those trainings are captured in one or two sentences here. And number one is that there was widespread interest among stakeholders following demand-driven online and in-person trainings. We commend these trainings during the time of COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore everything had to be online. But we still got a strong request, a strong demand that we need in-person trainings. Then taking note of the positive impacts of science, technology, and innovation on the government's agenda, as well as on national prosperity and all these issues, participants requested for in-person trainings. We just want to inform you that our trainings will be online. That's our standard training. But for those who feel they want to get a deep understanding and move to even another level, our board of the commission approved some 8 modules, what we're calling the Science, Technology, and Innovation Professional Certification course. It is very detailed, it's very relevant for those who are in the sector, not only those who are in research, but also those who are in the technology space. You could see, like module number 1, part of what you have done today is actually part of that module number 1. Not everything in module 1, but part of it. But we're talking of things like STI mainstreaming, STI policy development, which is very key, research ethics, quality assurance and monitoring, leadership and diplomacy in volatile times. And in this one, you may remember how it was difficult to convince the publics all around the world to either have the vaccine and so forth. So what language needs to be used when you're communicating your research funding to the public or to Anjiku? Then, of course, frontier technologies and so forth and so forth. So this is already, and our team will be putting a call for those interested. It is not mandatory. Let me repeat, it is not mandatory. It is for only those of you who feel that you are interested in this. Also, part of lessons learned was that collaborations among us STS stakeholders and MDS is key. One of the key takeaways, one of the key aspects of STI mainstreaming is that it forces all of us to work in a whole government approach or a multi-agency, multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary approach. It is mandatory in the modern world, and I think even our very own president has talked about the approach of his government is a whole government approach, not the silo, so that the different Tibet institutions, whatever you have in common that you can synergize on, you do it. So that also came out strongly, and it came from stakeholders this time. Then STM and streaming reporting tool need to be rearranged and digitized. We have done that. We have digitized it. And I want to tell you that from whoever is coming in for the first time might find as if there are several 6, 7, 8, 9 tables. But once you fill those tables, that is all. It's a one-time, so you're implementing this for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, several quarters. Once you have filled those tables once, the rest will just be indicating the changes or the additions. So, and those tables are very key. It's impossible to delete some because they speak into some of international ranking systems where Kenya needs to be. So it's very difficult to say, let's delete it and include this. And finally, also as part of lessons learned, STF focal point and champions have a major role to play. We have been able to communicate to you different programs that come through NACOSTI, which are of benefit to you and your colleagues there. Please, when you receive those invitations to apply for scholarships, invitation to apply for training, this is just not for you STF focal point, but it's for your entire organizations. The one which you can pick yourself, well, go ahead and do it in consultation with the head of the institutions. The one which is for your other colleagues in the institution, please make use of that. Yeah, this slide has always been there, and in a nutshell, what it simply says that Africa has so many resources, and yet our contribution or our impact to the world scene is very minimal. We contribute so little in research. We spend very little on research and development, and even the patents are very minimal. So something needs to be done, investment needs to be done, and this is what informs the reason that we are requesting each institution to set aside 2% of the operational budget for not research, but for research, science, technology, and innovation. It is the entire spectrum, because research without impact is really nothing. To spend money on research and then there's no impact on the Kenyan population, then we really need to rethink our efforts. Now, the other thing also, which I've always done before, that what we're doing is well captured in the Constitution of Kenya. Article 11 emphasizes on the importance of science and technology in knowledge-based economic development. So it is driven, what we're doing is well supported and anchored in law, in the national constitution. The missing link in whatever we are doing is how do we recognize or involve or input indigenous inventions and technologies. And we are requesting that as you're doing your institutional STS strategy, that we need to see an element for each institution on how have you involved indigenous inventions and technologies. Just like in the overall PC, there's always that element of local content. So local content for us is indigenous inventions and technologies. What can you bring that is indigenous, which is help to the people, which is cost effective, and which doesn't harm the society. And then I think the others are also there. STI is also captured in Vision 2030, but allow me to move quickly to the regulatory framework of science, technology, innovation, which is enabled through the Science Technology Act, which was established for 3 purposes. I will go to purpose number 3. That is to entrench science, technology, and innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. This is really what informs the STI mainstreaming targets. I think following this, it has taken some time to have this fully, but before it used to be in the PC, the form of implementing research, some research targets. Now it is fully there, and it answers, if I go back just a little bit, it answers to that purpose number 3, to entrench science, technology, innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. That's why this target is there. It's also captured in the Act of Parliament, and the voice, the Act of Parliament is the voice of the people, is the voice of the Kenyan people. So it's not a decision of the Ministry of Education or NACOSTI or the State Department. This is a decision that was made by Kenyans in Parliament. That's why we're undertaking this STI mainstreaming. I also want to inform you that this is global now. It's not just us doing it. And the latest recommendations from the United Nations Economic and Social Council requests countries, all countries, to closely link science, technology, innovation, and strategies of sustainable development by prominently featuring capacity building in ICT and STI in national development planning. So this is a global. Kenya is part of the body of nations. We are part of the UN, and so any resolution made in the UN captures us. So all countries that subscribe to the United Nations are required to mainstream science, technology. The styles might be different, the formats might be different. So we are doing, and this simply because STI is now the thing of the moment, impacting on economies, impacting on public safety, and impacting on national security. So please take this, and when you go back to institution, please same word that this is really not an acoustic thing or a Ministry of Education thing or a Kenya government thing only. It's a global thing which we need to ride on so that we can maintain our competitive advantage in the region. I'll skip and just highlight, maybe some of you have seen this slide, just showing that countries that sometimes we aspire to be like in terms of technology have really escalated matters of science and technology. This is something that was in the newspaper in June 2021, where the then Prime Minister of UK, Mr. Boris Johnson, established a new National Science and Technology Council, which he chaired himself. And it's happening now, even the current Prime Minister of UK chairs this National Science and Technology Council. You'll ask yourself, why would the head of government, the head of state chair such a council? It is because it is extremely important. What are the benefits of escalating science and technology even to institution? With that one stroke of a pen of having this council, he was able to allocate 2.27 Kenya shillings for R&D for 1 year. And you may wish to compare that with what our very own institution, the National Research Fund, is getting, which is around 300 million annually. Barely, it's so little that even to distribute it is difficult. So the moment you escalate this to institution, and that's where we hope now we're almost reaching the 99% level of institutions implementing this target, we kindly request you to be passionate about it, because there are benefits that lie ahead of this target. It's not like any other target which you just do and report and life continues. It is supposed to impact, so that at the end of the year or after 2 years, we're able to measure and say, you are here before the STI mainstreaming. Now we have seen, we have gotten this. It is through this target that your head of institution, your principal, your CEO is able to say, we are allocating money to the STI focal team and champions to spend on that. In China, the same, in what they're calling the grand experiment, which was for them to occupy leadership, economic leadership, military leadership, political leadership. It was driven through science and technology. And for them, they invested 2.4% of their GDP in research and development. And the consequence has been colossal. You have seen China is everywhere. China is everywhere. You talk technology, it's China. You talk the superhighway, you talk anything farming, it is China, because they made a deliberate investment. So what you'll be doing in your institution, in your small way, is contributing towards Kenya moving to be a greater one. Maybe this, we could also call this a grand experiment for the country. And we are sure that we will not go wrong. In the US, we have taken it extremely seriously, that last year, their own parliament, whichever you call it, whether Congress, they enacted what they call the Chiefs and Sons Act of 2022. Again, highly escalated. You can Google this because this is available in Google. And you can see the impact of that is that they set aside US dollars 280 billion for the next 5 years. That is around 33 trillion Kenya shillings for that. And compare it with our annual budget, maybe around 3 trillion, if it's at highest, maybe 4 trillion. These people are setting 3.3 trillion just for R&D. And for them, R&D means research, science, technology, innovation, because you have to go up to the end. Why do they do this? It's part of competition with probably the China and other countries that they compete with. So we want to have a competitive advantage. It has to start somewhere, and it starts in STI mainstreaming. If I move a little bit further, just to save on time, this is a table of the investments made. And you yourself can debate what has been the impact of that. Yes, as Israel seems to be the highest investment in terms of GDP, maybe 4.8, 4.9% of GDP. And for your info, I think Kenya, we are still at 0.8, 0.6% of GDP, which comparatively is very good within the East African region or even Africa. But when we now compete globally, you can see 0.8 is not as close to what you're seeing there. Israel invested heavily. You know where Israel is in technology. Sometimes you have our teams going to Israel to check what is there. South Korea invested, the second one invested 4.5%. You know where South Korea is. I think we had a visit recently, and what we saw was shocking. I think I'd been there some time back, but when we went, I think about 2-3 months ago, it was shocking in terms of technology. Everything has been converted in a way that makes life easy. And as a small country, they're able now to compete to powerhouses. So we as Kenyans also should aspire that small as we are, we can also do what South Korea has done and move. They have even surpassed Japan, as you can see in investment. United States, you can see where they are. It's a big country, but they're spending 2.8% of their GDP. China, as we said, again, 2.4%, Canada, and so forth. So this is what we need to do. At near global scene within our region, President Yoweri Museveni established a Ministry of Science and Technology and placed it directly under the presidency. You might ask yourself, what is the purpose of that? For us, on our side, if such a thing happened, it goes with money. And you can see by doing that, because it was directly under him and presidential decrees are very important, he was able to set aside 15 billion Kenya shillings to the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Compare that again with 300 million for National Research Fund of Kenya. So these are the impacts that countries are now escalating, but even our country, this is, some of you might have seen this slide, some tweets that I was able to, me and my team were able to get of His Excellency the President in his past life. He made some very key statements, and this gives us hope that probably this is the best opportunity for us to move to a space which is unique in Africa. In 2015, he said, we are living in a new age, an age of science, technology, innovation. And he says, the children and their care must compete in this world. That's a powerful one. 2019, 4 years later, he said, we have to scale up our engagement with the science, technology, innovation space, especially among our young generation. Science is going to rule the future. And I think now that his president is actually ruling the future. So you have to scale up. And STI mainstreaming, you might not have felt it before, you might have been doing your normal business. It is part of that scaling up, which is coming from none other than the head of state himself. When he was elected, again, he repeated the same thing. It's almost a consistent message that Africa must consciously place science at the center of its planning. So we have had institutions which sometimes worry, are we really part of this STI mainstreaming target? And we just tell you, if you're not contributing to the national production system, and you can convince the head of public service or the ministry in charge, we are very okay. If you are not contributing towards Kenya's global competitiveness, yes, and you're able to convince that us, whatever we do has nothing to do with Kenya's global competitiveness, whatever we do has nothing to do with Vision 2030, then I would imagine the people who matter can excuse you from this target. But as of now, I've not seen any institution which is able to convincingly report on that. So he says it must increase funding. And as part of the manifesto, I think of the Kenya Kwanza government manifesto, one of the things was to increase that funding 2%. Challenges, of course, are there, but that is the intention, the good intention. Most recently, in Executive Order number 1, His Excellency the President established the Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology. He has not formed, he has not appointed the members, but that tells you where we're heading. This will be like the one chaired by Dr. Ndi, the Economic Council. of advisors of the president. So we now have the science and technology advisors to the president. And it sends you a very powerful message if you see where this country is going, and not only this country, where the world is going. So whatever you are doing, please give us the correct information, and we really appreciate. Yeah, further to that, we just wanted to inform you that the Act has establishes three key agencies. One is NACOSTI, another one is Kenya National Innovation Agency, and the other one is National Research Fund. As NACOSTI, we established to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, innovation sector, and advise the government in matters related thereto. We want to emphasize, we regulate research, science, technology, and innovation. And sector-wise, it's the science and innovation sector. So it's not just research the way we have been known in the past. I think we have been growing, and now we have arrived at a state where we're able to fully realize our mandate. That is the entire sector. 17 functions are there, very powerful, but I'll just want to mention one or two or three. Number one is to develop in consultation with stakeholders the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policy of the government and the country's international commitments. Again, I've mentioned this before. On our website, we're almost at the final stages of concluding on the STI priority areas. There are 12 points. You can see R&D is just one of them. R&D is just 1 out of 12. Otherwise, you have STI education. So for Tvets institutions, you definitely felt you do quite some research, maybe not as much as research institutions, but you definitely fall under the STI education, communication, talent development, and the next generation workforce. This is what you need to highlight. So when we're doing your institutional strategies, we hope to see you much on education, linked to CBC, links to what the impact of CBC will be on Wanjiku. That needs to come out very strongly on how you teach them. Then we even talk of things like inclusivity. If your institution takes a deliberate process to include, you included people from the marginalized communities, you have included gender, you have included so forth, that is part of STI mainstreaming. You include them in your technical institution, the tech work we do. So please, in our website, again, check on this. There's definitely something for you. And that's why I believe for each institution, there'll be something that you can be number one on. We will shout it loud. Then the other things which gives us the power to handle this target. Number two, we are mandated to lead interagency efforts to implement sound policies. And that is what we are doing now. We are mandated to advise the national and county governments on the science, technology, and innovation policy. That's what part of what we are doing. And you would even see we are required to ensure coordination and cooperation. So our work, this gives us the power to ensure that there's a whole government approach. No single institution can do it. I know our direct clients that we regulate are research institutions like Cambridge, Calro, and what we realize they're doing excellent work, but they're doing it individually or as per institutions. So Calro might not know what Cambridge is doing, and sometimes they end up duplicating in some common areas. Our work is to ensure coordination and cooperation between the various agencies involved in the science, technology, and innovation sector or space. So we'd really want to see several of the Tibet institutions coming together, because I think you have your different focuses or even areas, academic areas. Some might be more technical, others might be more sciences, others might be more in the area of arts or social sciences. We would really want you to cooperate. And what you are known very good for is accrediting research institutions and approving. The actuaries approve all scientific research. There's a lot of debate on that one. And then, yeah, let's keep on this. I think this one I've talked about in the past. Then this number 14 is also very key, where we need your help. We are supposed to annually review the progress in scientific research systems and submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary. Please help us on this. We have a report now, which again we circulated to all the stakeholders. We have gotten very useful comments. So I think we're in a position now to package that document, take it through our board, and submit it to the Cabinet Secretary. And that will inform. We would want to have a powerful information about Tibet education, Tibet research, very similar to what the Presidential Working Party came up with, because for theirs it's a one-off. I think they have done what they were to do within the timelines, but for us it's annual. Anything that comes up that affects you in terms of capacity building of the staff in institutions, in terms of getting scholarships, in terms of getting funding, we would pray that Tibet will be at the tail end. That's the innovation. And that makes me to go back to this other slide. What are the simple differences between research, science, technology, innovation? I've said it before. For those of you who have been with us in the past, research speaks into science, science into technology, technology into innovation. Innovation as the entrepreneurial component. which we strongly believe that Tibet would excel in that part. Yes, because universities will try that part, they will not do very well, even research institutions. We, as researchers, I'll go up to science, I'll go up to technology, but when it comes to innovation, this is where you excel. We are willing to put you on a platform where your things are seen and visible. Please take it up. I might just maybe something that you might have seen in the news of some students in one of the universities, I don't know how to mention, were able to convert grass into maize flour. Don't you think that would be a fantastic thing for Tibet institutions to do? They're working, I think, at Southern University, but now the issue of convincing now, Wanjiku, convincing me to eat that maize, ugali made of maize flour from grass. This is where Tibet institutions really excel. So we have that kind of innovations coming, converting grass. Imagine all the grass you have around your space. Yes, converting that into something which can be converted to maize flour. How transformative would that be in this country? How would that really fits into the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of government? So the other thing also, as NACOSTI, we are the national focal point to Kenya's international obligations. For those of you who have been focal points for a while, you are able to get our communications almost weekly, especially under the the one we're calling AFRA. Yeah, we are the focal point of Biological Peoples Convention. And we are pleased to inform you that we took a multi-sectoral team to Geneva, I think that is just last week, about a team of 15 people coming from almost 6-7 ministries: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior, the National Treasury was missing, Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Trade and Industry. There are quite a number of ministries that sent representatives, and that is a multi-sectoral approach. And with that strong team, we were able to get a lot of commitments from our partners, because we had several side meetings from the EU, from the UK, from Canada, and some of these things are already happening in terms of just improving or being careful of the Biological Weapons Convention, which is closely related to the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. So also we are in the governing board of International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And by this one of our institutions is already benefiting. That is Egerton University. ICGEB will establish a regional research center on biotechnology, one of its kind, probably a second one to China only. And that is coming through this international obligation. So we would want to have one or two in some Tibetan institution. Please participate, because we now send all the opportunities out. AFRA, this Africa Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training, has a lot of trainings where people are going out of the country, South Africa, Vienna, and so forth. So when we circulate to you and you fall in the area of nuclear science and technology or related field, please let us know. We know that we only aware of some few universities which do this, so sometimes we confine them, but once in a while we send it out to all the STF focal persons and your CEOs, of course. So take advantage of the opportunities that are here. Licensing of research, I will not say much, but there are reasons for licensing of research, so please take notes. Allow me, I'll move faster. I'm seeing it's already 54. That means I'm almost 30 minutes. Yes, the next 5 or so minutes, I would really want to conclude on this. Yes, if I move. Yes, to the current state, the emerging global threats. There is COVID pandemic has brought what is called dual use technologies or dual use science. Technologies that can be used for the good of mankind and technologies that can be used for war, or technologies that can be used for harm. And by this, from our side, I mean things like this. In 2016, Kenya police foiled a large-scale biological attack using anthrax by a medical intern at a Kenyan hospital. That was foiled, and the students, at least 1 or 2 of the students, were connected to some external factors. But then there's something in November 2019, it was in the newspaper. Kenya's ugali scare. How safe is your maize flour? That was in 2019. It is still happening up to now in 2023. Yes, and what they were saying in 2019, that several well-known brands of maize flour have been taken off the supermarket shelves in Kenya after warning about unsafe levels of a poisonous substance known as aflatoxin. For now, it's unintentional. For now, maybe it's, people are supposed to check on this and not checking on it. But suppose somebody deliberately converted this for use by different sectors of the community. Suppose you are in politics. Yes, suppose you're in politics and your opponent thought of an idea to do something to you. These are the questions that you need to ask yourself. These are real matters. So we would pray that the institutions that are supposed to check on this, they will include checking or inspecting on this in the institutional STI strategy. This is why we are saying it involves everybody, because this is a matter of life and death. And there are many. If you look at this, this is very recent in March this year. It was in the Standard newspaper. Okay. Research outcomes from Cambridge. It says 96.6% of poultry samples tested revealed the presence of at least one type of bacterium. This is from Cambridge, our top research institution. Who checks on this? Yeah, who checks? Where is it coming from? Is it from the poultry serve the meat? Or is it the storage? Or is it the transportation system? There's so many factors. Or is it the people handling it? Yeah, that could be contaminating it. So we need to know this. So the question is, which are the institutions? It's not one institution. Which are the institutions that check on this? And if they are there, we would want to encourage them. And that's where our team is there to tell them, please, can you put the inspection of this in your STI institutional strategy? So that will make you allocate some money to be able to check on that. That is very recent. That is in March. In 2022, last year, somebody complained about herbicides. Major thing. Who checks on the herbicides or whatever you call them, pesticides that come into the country? Who checks on fertilizer that comes into the country? So we would really request them to put that in the institutional STI strategy and even in the annual work plan, that there's some money set aside to check on this, whether at the border control, whether the Kenya Bureau of Standards, whether which other agencies. So, and you as Tibet institutions could be part of the research that will confirm this, that will do the research to confirm that indeed you have confirmed that the herbicides coming from outside the country or being developed somewhere are really harmful. Sukuma wiki, this is 2021. How safe is the sukuma wiki you eat? And some of us grew up on sukuma wiki, by the way. So this is something which literally, you go to Kikomba, you go to Sokomojinga, you go to what, it is there. So what is causing the contamination? Is it the raw sewage that is used to grow it? And if it's the raw sewage, who is supposed to handle that? We would pray that that institution or those institutions are able to put that in their STI institutional strategy and also in their annual work plan. And this is what our team is checking. So they need to guide you. The work plans and strategies cannot be the same. You'll pick some, you say, for us, we are going to focus on this. Like you can say, one of your Tvets, you can say, this year we're going to focus on researching on this Sukuma wiki. Get samples, not only from Nairobi, but the entire Kenya. People tell us that the ones in Vihiga are better than the ones in Sokomojinga and Mombasa. So this is the reason for that institutional strategy. That 2022, sorry, I'm just, yes, 2022, that should be 30 minutes. Okay, still have 10 minutes. 2022, Kenya Bureau of Standards, that's September, not very far away, exactly 1 year. KEBS recalled 10 cooking oil brands. What was the issue? They didn't tell us, but you can suspect like me. What would they recall? 10 brands, not one brand, 10 oil brands. So what is the content? Nobody knows up to now. So you as a vet, you can pick it up. Can somebody who is involved in public health go and say, we are going to be picking samples randomly? And this one area, you can even ask your principal. Just some little money, because this is more about traveling. How much does it cost to buy these oils? And then how much does it cost to test in the lab? And to come up with some basic preliminary report on the same. Talro has researched on aflatoxin matters. Again, the same. I don't have to belabor on that. Then, interesting enough, which you have also talked about, it's called Fifth Industrial Revolution or 35.0, where body parts are being manufactured. We need to keep abreast on this. Which are the institutions which are supposed to alert us on the new developments on frontier technology? So these are some of the things. Somebody with a British man has become the first patient in the world to be fitted with another. Yeah, a British man has become the first patient in the world to be fitted with a 3D printed eye. This is very good health-wise. It improves. But then the question is, if you or me went out of the country, because that technology might not be there for now, and you came back, how sure are you that it has not been programmed to explode? You need some assurance from our own very Kenyan doctors on that. Or how sure are you that it's not a listening gadget or a watching gadget? It's not a spy gadget. So this is where now the issue of STI mainstreaming comes in very strongly. So with those, I really want to thank you. How do you use your data? I just want to move ahead and just tell you the data that we have received so far. And even before I talk about the data, probably the reason, as we are saying, one of the reasons why we need that data is because there are a number of yardsticks for measuring development, a number of yardsticks for measuring progress in technology, progress in innovation. The most obvious one, which you can Google, is the Global Innovation Index. The parameters that they measure are very close to what we are doing in science and technology. Like they will ask you, look at that one, they talk of science and innovation investments. So when you invest that 2% and we record it, we are able to put it in a platform that those who are doing this Global Innovation Index are able to pick it up. What is the advantage of being scored high in Global Innovation Index? It attracts business in the country. And when you attract business in the country, you increase the number of jobs opportunities for the youth and for all of us. So business moves where it is attractive. If it's in Nairobi or it's in Kenya, it is based on well-measured yardsticks like the Global Innovation Index. So you can see technological progress. When you invest on some infrastructure, some equipment, when you train your staff to be at the cutting edge technology, like the other day, I think the Minister of Health was celebrating some great work by doctors, I think at MTRH. See, when we document that, Kenyatta University Referral Hospital has one of the most unique equipment, I think probably the second one in Africa, CyberKnife. So that increases our Global Innovation Index. The other indices, like the World Competitiveness Ranking, please Google that, find what it is. There's another one, SDG Index, which is a priority now. I think there's a meeting at United Nations going on, which will culminate in heads of state being there, which is about taking stock on SDGs. And for your info, Kenya was one of the 6 countries selected as for pilot study on what they're calling the STI for SDGs roadmap. So SDGs is very important. You can see Kenya somewhere there. This is also a table in the internet. You can Google, just say SDG index. You'll see where Kenya is. It's a global topic at this particular point in time. So I would ask each of you, you just go back to the institution and measure yourself. What is your contribution to Kenya's SDG index? When you plant trees, it causes that. When you take some measures that use solar, maybe solar power, it helps on that. When you harvest rainwater from the roofs of your building, it contributes to that. So these are some of the things that we need to record, the new things that you brought on board, which speaks to SDG index. The other indices, like most technologically advanced countries in the world, number 1 is South Korea. As you saw the investment. It's a small country, but you can see it's ranked number 1 over the US. Then there's Denmark, there's Switzerland. These are small countries again. Then there's Sweden, Taiwan, then Japan. Yeah, you can see the small countries coming. Israel is number 10. Singapore, a small country, is number 11. And by this, Singapore used this technology to really minimize the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. They reduced the number of deaths. They reduced the impact on the economy and so forth. And we can do the same with your support. There's World Talent Ranking. Tvets institutions do very well. You develop talent. You give opportunities for the people you train to display their products. We had a multi-sectoral conference the other day, and we got, I think, just quite a few Tvets institutions. I think that was your forum. If for those who are there noticed, we even had high schoolers there. Mango High School was there. Some other girls' schools were there, and they did a superb job in that conference. We are looking forward that the next one, which is coming in this next year, please, it's an opportunity to display. And that conference had almost, it had key aspects like the military were well represented there, education represented, different ministries, but we thought it was a great opportunities for Tvets to display. When you display, then you can ask for money. And this is where the young girl who is leading the research on converting grass to maize flour was. And almost on the spot, you could see the chairman of the National Research Fund saying that we are going to fund this research. So if you are not visible where it matters, who will hear you out? I know you have your annual Tvets display. Fantastic, very good. But there are other places which you can now shout loud and be heard. We'll give you that. So World Talent Ranking is there. Human Development Index is there. What's your contribution? ICT ranking is a flagship of our current government. So what is your contribution to ICT ranking of Kenya? You can see in the table, this, I don't know whether it's last year's. Yes, done externally. Kenya, South Africa is on top of Kenya. The lead is South Africa, Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritius, Egypt, Namibia. I think we should be doing better than Namibia. Gabon, I think we should be doing better than Gabon. Cape Verde, we should be doing better than Cape Verde and Ghana. We are in this position simply because a lot of work that you do in your institutions is not captured out there. So this is the value proposition that you have for your country when you undertake this STME. Frontier Technologies, very recent, 2019. What is your contribution? So Frontier Technologies Index captures things like ICT, the skills of your staff and students, your R&D investment, your industry activity, and so forth. So there's a lot of that. These are the forms. Now, these forms are key because they speak to those indices. It is difficult to reduce them. or dilute them, because when you dilute them, then you're not able to give the information to those indices. But as I said, you fill them once, digitally, the rest is just changes. So I think that is possible for us. We're trying to make it as comfortable as possible. But once you have done it, the impact is massive. And I'll just very quickly, yes, I'm almost there. This is the data that you've gotten from you in the third quarter. We are now analyzing what you're giving us in the fourth quarter. And you can see this is just on equipment. Yes, who would have known that an institution like Calro in Moguga, you have an equipment called digestibility. If you look below there, the one I'm marked with pink, with heating unit costing 500 million. That's quite an equipment. And if you move ahead, who would have known that Chuka University has a gas chromatograph, which costs around 54 million. That is now for the universities. Who would have known? Now, this is probably now your space. Who would have known that Kisumu National Polytechnic has an equipment, flame photometer, single channel of 1.5 million? Who would have known that the same Kisumu Polytechnic has is it a numerical lathe? Is it computerized numerical lathe of 41 million? Or another digital readout lathe of 41 million? This will even attract consultancy. People want to come to the institution. Who would have known that Water TTI has a smart board of 200 million? That's a unique one. I would really want to see what it does. Who would have known that Borabu TTI has an electronics and electrical training machines of 100 million? Who would have known that Masinga TTC has mechatronic engineering training kit of 108 million? Because I know JKUAT was the first institution to start mechatronic engineering degree, but I doubt if they have that equipment. They could easily be sending their students for attachment in that facility. And there are many, Kisiwa TTI, this is just samples. I know we don't have all of you here, but we just said, let's pick some samples for us to be able to show you. And they're there. You go to great companies like Geothermal, they have a drilling rig of 1-point-something billion, okay? And it goes on and on and on. MTRH, they have a second linear accelerator of 288 million. So the list is endless. This is how we use your information, so that somebody can know that you have a certain equipment in your institution. And you also can know that the equipment that you miss in your institution, maybe your neighboring institution just bought it last week. This is the purpose of that data. In terms of R&D, we're also able to capture that data, and I'll just skip because of limited time. In terms of human resource, for the first time, we're able to know that we have 352 people with the PhD who are male, who are above 50 years, and in the field of natural sciences. This is the kind of information that the country needs, so that we know our human capacity. We'll be able to see that we have very few people in this area, or very many of the people there are very old, they're above 50. So we need to invest on, so that we're able to know even at an institution that maybe there are too many young people and you need to mix with some few old people, or there are too many old people and you need to do something, or the ladies there are much more than the males, therefore we need to balance, or vice versa. Data is powerful. So in terms of publication, the same. We're able to get the data on that. This is coming from what you give us. What we now need to do is validate the same and be able to give advisories based on different topics. Like these are the institutions working with the private sector and or international partners. It's a very difficult area in this one, because it's not so easy to work with the private sector. And we give them accolades like the Kenya National Highways Authority, at the Water Services Board. I'm just looking to see if there is any of the Tvets institutions. I'm not seeing there. And now these are the institutions, leading institutions in attracting funding from the private sector and or international partners. You can see Kenya National Highways Authority, and it's expected because they do great projects. They're able to attract 57 billion. At the Water Services, 18 billion. Now, University of Nairobi, 3.8 billion. Tana Works. So I'm looking for Tvets institution. What are you able to attract outside? And this is where we come in to also help you attract that money outside by simply linking you, for example, to Kenya, if you are doing things that are close to Kenya. So with that, allow me to conclude that there's a strong value proposition for what you do in terms of anchoring Kenya as a top country in the world, and by so doing increase the trade turnover for the country. Also being able to bring us together in a multi-sector approach, and so forth and so forth. So with those remarks, thank you very much. As always, I'll give some 5 minutes of burning questions. I know our team has answered a lot, but if there's a burning question which you feel that I need to respond to, I'm available in the next 5 minutes. But otherwise, I still believe that our team has the answers that you need. Thank you very much. And back to you, Tim.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for that very insightful presentation. Really appreciated. Our distinguished participants, you heard the message. Kindly, we have this opportunity. Take advantage. You can list the question, perhaps, or suggestion or comments you wish for Professor's ears. We'll be glad to have Professor respond to some.
Yeah, see, there are so many details.
Any questions, comments? Yeah.
You can see I can't see who is. Is he anybody to speak? Yeah, he can speak. Speak. I need to see who is to see his name. And he's the one thing. Okay.
Edward, you've been empowered. You can raise your voice. You can unmute and comment or raise your question. Ogutu, you have the floor. Hilary, you're following something to do with the artificial intelligence. Would you wish to comment or raise your question? Okay, so I can see Hilary has opted to type. He's asking, yeah, he's asking how is Kenya positioning itself on artificial intelligence. Maybe Prof, you can respond to that.
Video? Diffusing. Okay. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is from Hillary. And that is how is Kenya positioning itself on AI? Very, very good, extremely important question at this particular point in time. Yeah, what I would want to say first and foremost, if you look at those 12-point STI priorities, one of the areas is on frontier technologies. AI is a key component of the 5th industrial revolution. So one of the ways you can say you're positioning yourself is that you have identified it as a priority area. As NACOSTI, we are preparing an advisory by getting peers on what we're calling the white paper on frontier technology, 5th industrial revolution, and white paper on AI. At certain stages, I think there are plans to, this is through UNESCO, to be able to provide the same to, I think, primary schools or high school. They're already doing it, by the way, through the Ministry of Education, just to start off. But we need to handle it from several fronts in terms of how do we cater our people, how do we learn how to use AI and so forth. But something is happening, and we don't mind your idea, by the way. Just write to us how you think it could be done. But it's already been identified as a core area amongst the STI priorities. Thank you, Hillary. Another one?
Thank you, Prof, for that response. Okay, we don't have any.
So we don't have any, then I think that's okay. In the chat. I'm seeing the 15 in the chat. Is there anything there? The chat.
Or the question.
Yeah, it was the 3D painting, Internet of Things. Yes, it's the same thing. I think how is Kenya positioning itself? Yes, Hillary will try to answer on that one. Otherwise, the rest I'm seeing thanks. So in case of, I think the discussion can continue. I think when I came in, there was still some discussion so that you can respond. Will that be okay? Yes, so that's okay. Yeah, back to you, team. Yes, I'll be honored.
Thank you, Professor, for your time.
Participants, we are coming towards the tail end of our sensitization today, but we don't want to close out in any of your comments, any of your suggestions. You still have an opportunity to raise. Okay, I can see how can I get the link to the reporting. Kindly, I joined late. That will be addressed. You'll be given the link. That's why we are here. We should be able to address that. Any other aspects as we get toward the end of these? We really do appreciate your input. If no any other comments, I think we can bring this to an end. Maybe I think because of your patience and the like, I can ask my colleague to just say a word of vote of thanks, a few or two sentences. Felix, would you wish to do that on our behalf?
Thank you, Doctor. Am I audible? Okay, mine will be so short. Please allow me to thank each and every one of you for creating time to join this training. I would have wished to mention each and every of you with their names and institutions, but in the interest of time, allow me to just corroborate what the other presenters have mentioned, that Tvets are a key player in the STI sector, and we will be looking forward to working together as a team so that we achieve what the country needs to achieve. Finally, please allow me to thank the trainers for today, led by our Director General, Professor Walter Yao, the resource person, Bwana Javan Mwiti, the chair of this team, Dr. David Ngigi, and the entire team, Dr. Njubi, and finally, Bwana Cyrus Kamau. Thank you, and thank you for your time. Looking forward for more and more engagements. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. I think we started with a word of prayer. Let's add with a word of prayer for having such a great day, all of us. Lillian, you can take us home. Thank you, and thank you, everybody. Bye.